tariff costs through to consumers. Disney and Comcast are suing the artificial intelligence startup Midjourney. The companies say it used characters from Star Wars, The Simpsons, Shrek, and Minions in its AI image model. The companies say they've asked Midjourney to stop, but their requests have been ignored. They're seeking $150,000 per instance of copyright infringement. Football legend Tom Brady is entering the snacking game. He's launched an organic vegan gummy snack called Goat Gummies through a partnership with GoPuff. The gummies contain no artificial sweeteners, dyes, or flavors and are made of real fruit and come in 3 flavors. I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-355-8282. That's 800-355-8282. Again, that's 800-355-8282.
I'm Altima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
A familiar meeting between the Phillies and Mets is on deck for a weekend series on Friday, June 20th and Saturday, June 21st, both at 7:15, and Sunday, June 22nd at 7:10. Order tickets today at phillies.com. Kids 14 and under are sure to be the coolest on the beach with the Philadelphia Water Ice Fanatic Beach Towel. Get yours on Sunday, July 6th at 1:35 when the Phillies play the Reds. Order tickets now at phillies.com.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-414-3221. 800-414-3221. 800-414-3221.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the Power of One with 8 brands and 25 locations. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on a Thursday, June 12th. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app. And, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure over on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210. That is the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stensland with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Omquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. It is a Thursday. We are going to have some fun. And coming up this morning at 9:30, morning show host, my buddy, Coop from 98.1 WOGL.
Coop.
Yes. Coop. As he is trekking his way to Atlantic City by foot. You thought riding 65 miles on a bike was interesting. Imagine walking to the Borgata from Market Street.
He's walking. I'm going to actually make a controversial statement, and he's doing a great thing. It's a great cause.
Yeah, he's not going to gamble.
I'm supporting this 100%. I would say walking a little easier than riding a bike.
Really?
I don't know. I've never walked 65.
What about running?
Change my mind.
Run, Forrest, run.
Running would be tough. Walking, though?
Yeah.
No. He has a few days. He's doing it until, the 13th. So
yeah, I think it's
tomorrow.
a 4 or 5 day stretch.
Yeah.
12 miles a day, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. Something I would never want to do. I could ride the bike. I could get it over with. This would be painful, I think.
I would do it if I got a spa day at Borgata when I got there.
Well, he might be getting that. But I maintain that walking is way easier than riding a bike.
Yeah, all right. Hello, Dawn. How are you?
Hello. Well, Coop's going to be walking in some heat. He'll be sweaty.
He's
gotten skinny.
Day. Yeah.
You know, so he's going to be. This is like a 6-pound weight loss program.
Yeah. I got to figure out what he's taking to lose weight. Mm-hmm. It's a good job out of him.
You know I support this cause tremendously when I'm putting a rival morning show host on this radio station because, anybody that comes on this time slot is my enemy.
Right.
Coop is not my enemy.
No.
Right.
He's
good job out of Stocker. See, folks, he does have a heart.
Thank you.
The big take this morning, the vibe is real. The shift has happened. We will prove and confirm that coming up in just a little bit. Experts wrong yet again on the economy. I'm starting to really love better than expected when we get inflation numbers and job reports and things like that from those who always tell us, oh, inflation's going to skyrocket. Tariffs are going to crash the economy. Trump's a moron. Okay, we'll talk about it. The media and their disdain for the military. Very interesting story about the 250th Army celebration and which networks will not cover it.
Hang on. I'm sorry.
What?
I'm sorry.
What you got?
The disdain for the military is not if you're anti this parade, it's not a disdain for the military.
No?
It is.
And for you to shape it like that is ridiculous.
It's
absolutely ridiculous. Okay. Both of you are ridiculous.
Law enforcement and military.
That is absolutely the wrong take. Stop with that.
I'm sure
the disdain for the military. Oh, good God.
Hey, vets, do me a favor. Get on the YouTube chat right now and throw some verbal Scud missiles at Sourpuss in the middle.
No. Here's the thing. We raise $150,000 a year for veterans. Mm-hmm. We do veteran spotlight here. Don't come at us or me and say that I don't care about veterans.
I wasn't talking about
the military. But being against a parade is not anti-military. It's a waste of money. It's ridiculous. That's what it is. And it's not just me who says it. Rand Paul said it.
Oh, Stocker and Rand Paul together.
Stop with this. You're against the military. It's the same people that were like, hey, if you don't support Iraq, you're against the troops. F off.
All right. Didn't even get to the story yet, but we know where Greg stands. Jimmy Kelly, bottle that, and when we get Dawn's thoughts, we'll just replay Greg's thoughts. I don't know that you can...
And then you can say Greg was wrong.
I don't think he can replicate that kind of...
Greg was not wrong. Greg was not wrong. That is ridiculous. It's the 2002 mindset all over again with the George Bush flunkies that were like, hey, if you don't support the war, you're against the troops.
The Warhawks are back, baby.
Oh, God.
We're called MAGA Warhawks. Or we just like to flex and celebrate and say thank you after, what is this, a quarter of... No, it's not even a quarter of a century. It's 2.5 centuries. I'll get my math straight here.
Oh, it's BPO. It's disdain from the military accompanied by TDS. F off. Go away, dude. Go away. Seriously. Oh, my Lord.
There we go. Where is it?
Turn it off. I don't need you or want you. Go away. Please.
Then, and wait, there's more. We'll have some fun. I saw this. All of the people out there that love to purchase things in America, we're going to give you, and not all of these items are specifically made in America, but the top 25 brands that Americans love the most in 2025. We'll get to that. And Gen Z, very interesting story from the New York Times on how they don't want a home, they don't want kids, and they have nothing ready for retirement. They don't even have a plan. We'll get to that coming up this morning. Plus the cut sheet, Fight Club, which actually could occur if Stalker is going to continue to be anti-military.
Oh God, I'm gonna stop. I'm going to. We're gonna be classical music before 10 a.m. this morning.
Do they still say WOGL? Is that still a thing?
God, no.
Maybe we'll be playing Les Miserables.
Ooh.
Or the Beach Boys, because the true genius of rock and roll has died.
82?
I would argue that Brian Wilson more important to rock and roll than the Beatles ever were.
Well, the Beatles.
Yes, they heard Pet Sounds and they were like, we need to do that. Whatever they're doing, we want to do that.
Pet Beach Boy over the Beatles.
Brian Wilson was more important to rock and roll, to music, than the Beatles ever were. Yes.
Wow.
Changed my mind.
That's amazing.
That's your wheelhouse. I'll leave that to you and Phil.
All right. I spilled my bucket at 6:06. I'm done. I'm turning my mic off.
Good night, everybody.
All right, let's get to the news. Round number 1 at 6:06, the great Dawn Stensland.
Good morning. This Thursday morning, June the 12th, we are sponsored by Kitchen Magic this morning. Might want to stay in your kitchen, watch Kayal and Company here on YouTube if you're watching us, because the heat and humidity are on. We're going to exceed 90 degrees today, so we'll talk about it moving forward. Still in the high 60s, 68 degrees this morning. So let's get to it. Yesterday morning on Kayal and Company, I told you of the story, led with the story of an Amber Alert. A 3-year-old little girl, sweet little girl, her picture plastered everywhere on social media. Her name, Nola Dinkins. And the report was that they issued this Amber Alert after mom had said that she had pulled over because her 3-year-old was in the back seat, was upset, and a white man confronted her with a gun, abducted her daughter, little Nola, and then, took her, rushed away in a vehicle driven by a white woman. This, an African-American mom speaking about her beautiful 3-year-old little daughter, Nola. Well, that story fell apart, according to authorities. The Amber Alert called off mid-morning yesterday, and 31-year-old Darian Randall, the mother of Nola Dinkins, who told that story, now facing murder charges of her daughter, Nola Dinkins.
Wait.
Just a tragic story.
Wait, so this mom allegedly murders her 3-year-old and tries to basically pull a race hoax with an abduction?
That's the allegation.
Oh, my God. What a scumbag. Oh. Really? We got a UC Smollett in town?
So she is facing first and second degree murder charges, first degree child abuse resulting in the death of a child under the age of 13, other related charges. She's actually a Maryland mother. So this came out of, she said the abduction happened in Delaware. And so she's charged initially with filing a false police report in Delaware. And that's how eventually then she's facing these extradition charges back home to Maryland.
What was the description she had? Was like a bald white guy with peach fuzz or something like that?
Like Hannibal Lecter.
Oh man!
Abducted.
Wow. We have Steve Keeley does great work, and he put a video out from, I believe this is, I'm not actually sure who this is. Roll this. Do you know who this is, Dawn?
I think we're good.
Okay. Elena Russo, ELENA.
She's Elena Russo.
RUSSO.
Thank you.
Spokesperson for the Maryland State Police.
Thank you.
At this time, the Maryland State Police have arrested 2 individuals connected to the disappearance of the 3-year-old who was the subject of an Amber Alert in Delaware last night. They are identified as Darian Randall, 31, and Cedric Antoine Britton, 44,
boyfriend.
both of Northeast Maryland. Randall is charged with first and second degree murder, first degree of child abuse resulting in death of a minor under 13, and other related criminal charges. Randall's currently in police custody at the Newcastle County Division of Police awaiting extradition to Maryland. Britton is charged with accessory to first and second degree murder after the fact, failure to report child death, and other related criminal charges. Britton is in police custody and is awaiting transport to the Cecil County District Court for his initial appearance. Yesterday evening, after the Amber Alert was issued for a 3-year-old Nola Dinkins through Newcastle County Division of Police, after the mother reported her kidnapped in Newark, Delaware, an intensive investigation was immediately initiated. Maryland State Police from the Northeast Barrack, as well as our Criminal Enforcement Division Northern Region, assisted in this investigation with the information that the 3-year-old lived in Cecil County with her mother. Information gleaned throughout the investigation revealed that the initial report provided by Randall was false and that Amber Alert was subsequently canceled.
Wow.
Information that was gleaned through the investigation of the Maryland State Police Homicide Unit led to human remains found in a vacant lot today at 1:45 p.m.
Oh my
Firing
God.
squad.
in the Northeast
Oh my Lord.
region of Cecil County. Maryland State Police Homicide Unit is continuing this investigation and is leading it with the help of our federal partners, the FBI, as well as our police partners in Delaware.
Good Lord. Isn't this is very reminiscent of the
Susan
Smith case, yeah, where she blamed
white woman who blamed a black man.
Two black guys, yes.
And then it turned out, Susan Smith in that case had drowned her children.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my Lord.
And moving forward, can we do press conferences in a conference room instead of having big rigs driving by the whole time? Good God.
But thank you to Steve Keeley for that.
Yeah.
That's a great work.
And Ms. Russo.
Yeah.
Doesn't Ms. Russo look like the woman?
She looks like Heather Locklear.
She looks like Heather Locklear, beautiful woman, but she also looks like that woman that Elon was kind of eyeing up.
Yes.
During the State of the Union
address.
Remember that?
Yeah. And when I say Heather Locklear, I mean 1992 Heather Locklear.
Yeah.
I don't even know what 2025 Heather Locklear looks like, but
a train wreck. Yeah, train wreck.
So I wonder where the media will bury the race hoax angle to this.
Oh no,
stories.
They're not bringing it up, Nick.
Yeah.
Oh.
No, of course not.
Yeah.
Of course not.
Yep. Oh my Lord.
That's just a horrifying. So the boyfriend, the 44-year-old boyfriend, is being charged with an accessory. In other words, that after the fact, failure to report a child death. Those are the charges that he's facing. A cover-up.
So the person they blamed on this was white. Are either of them white?
They're African American individuals. Both are.
Okay.
And little Nola, African American,
Interesting,
sweet little girl.
Yeah.
My God,
it's only on this show,
tragic.
The station, that you'll hear these details. Everybody else is like, "Oh, tragic story."
Yeah, they're real sissy-foot around the specifics.
Yep.
So the body remain. I'm assuming then that this poor kid was probably gone for a long time. They only found bones.
Not bones.
Oh, okay.
No, her body was found. Yesterday afternoon, as Ms. Russo said, that was in a vacant lot.
Okay.
But they knew yesterday, when I saw there were just some details in it that even when I saw it in the morning, I was like, We all kind of sniffed that one. It's like,
because people are like, you didn't see this coming. Yes, I did see this coming.
No, we saw it.
But
we're not going to say it.
No,
because
of course not.
And neither the police did the right thing.
Yes.
This is a horrifying thought, and either way, we all look at it. The child was missing.
Mm-hmm.
So even if you suspect there's something else going on, where's the child?
Yep.
So they apparently during questioning, finally the story is here that reportedly the mom finally admitted to the authorities. So the FBI was called in.
Mm-hmm.
This is a kidnapping.
Sure.
So kudos to law enforcement. They were professional and they persevered. But it's there. By the way, you had mentioned as far as the condition of the body found in the park, Nick, and that's a great question because they're awaiting the positive identification, the autopsy results. They're waiting from the chief medical examiner because they want to know. They want to get the positive ID as well. They want to know the cause of death, and so find out how little Nola was murdered. We have community members in Norristown. This is Montgomery County, Pennsylvania. And they had a meeting last night gathering so that loved ones could speak out about their loved ones who are being detained by ICE, Immigration and Customs Enforcement officials. Now, in this meeting where they had people there, they know that there are more than 24 people in the Norristown in ICE custody in Norristown. And they're speaking out saying, well, yes, my loved one is an undocumented, illegal immigrant who's here.
Mm-hmm.
They're acknowledging that, but they feel that the reason that they're speaking out about this, they're saying that their loved ones were arrested, but they weren't the target. In other words, they were sort of collateral damage when they were going after somebody else.
Mm-hmm. Well, sometimes you stumble into people that shouldn't be here by mistake, right? I mean, it all starts. This is such a stupid conversation as far as this whole illegal alien stuff. Your argument for those defending these individuals ends with the word illegal, right? Like as soon as you enter a place you're not supposed to be, your case has just gone. Sorry, I don't even want to hear these people anymore. Oh, my loved ones. Yeah. Well, you know what? They should have thought about that before they came here illegally. Go pound sand. Tired of these people. Tired of this subject.
So that meeting was yesterday, and they were speaking out in the media, I guess, to make an appeal, because they're saying these individuals have never done anything criminal. They're from Mexico. They're working here. And my question, of course, is, will they track where they were working? Because we've talked about that.
Yeah, but that's just the argument, though. They have done something illegal. They came here illegally. They didn't commit a crime. Yeah, they committed a crime the moment they crossed over from the southern border into Texas or wherever they came from.
Coming up at 7:45 on the cut sheet, we have a story from, I think it's South Florida, where a roofing company, like a roofer, the owner voted for Trump, and 6 or 7 of his employees have been detained and are being sent back. You know what I mean? So but here's my question: will that owner be charged for this?
Should. Failure to vet, or you flat out ignored it and you didn't care?
Because I have friends, I have neighbors who do, who are roofers and all that stuff, and they charge a higher price because they're union and everything like that, but they're all...
And they do background checks.
Yes, 100%. And these fly-by-night companies come in where they pay, somebody right off the boat $100.
Yep.
And they can say, yeah, we'll do that for half the price, because it's costing them half the price.
Yeah, the owners have a better profit margin then.
Yeah,
of course.
And non-vetted, so you don't know if that person went through a pedophile check.
Correct.
I'm just saying.
Correct.
You know it's going to go there.
You don't know if they're gang members. You don't know if they're MS-13.
Pedophiles.
You don't know if they were let out of an insane asylum. Seriously. You have no idea.
Well, we have a video, again, coming up on the cut sheet where ICE agents detained somebody that they just let out of jail, and he was a child sex predator.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
I told you the story in the summer of 2020 during the pandemic. I had to get a landscaping job. I was the only white guy there. I was the only guy who spoke English. Good chance. Some people undocumented. Illegal. Very good chance.
Yeah.
There's movement going on with personnel, non-essential personnel who are U.S. citizens are being told to leave the area as far as Israel is now considering taking military action reportedly against Iran, most likely, they're saying, without U.S. support in the coming days. And so this, as President Donald J. Trump is in advanced discussions with Tehran about a diplomatic deal to curtail its nuclear program. And so this news is swirling this morning as Israel has become more serious about a unilateral strike on Iran as those talks appear closer.
Doesn't this kind of feel like America is kind of pushing the button here, so to speak? My theory on this last night when Trump was saying that Iran cannot have nuclear weapons, which I agree with, they cannot have nuclear weapons. This feels like, hey, America is helping Israel in the battle against Hamas. Now you scratch our back, let Israel attack Iran so that we are not blamed for doing that, which I think would be a bad idea, just me personally speaking.
So we're watching this. It's developing. So we also have curfews in place for a second night in Los Angeles. All seems quiet after nearly a week. I mean, it was, tomorrow is 1 week of unrest in the city of Los Angeles and then across the country. U.S. immigration, quote unquote, raids, even though I'll push back on the word raids because from what I've been told, these are targeted with a lot of intelligence arrests that have been happening across the country.
Can I go back to that Iran thing for 1 second? Trump was asked about that by a reporter at the Kennedy Center last night. We have the video. Roll this.
Could you provide an update on Iran? We're hearing reports that U.S. personnel are being moved out of the region within striking distance.
Well, they are being moved out because it could be a dangerous place, and we'll see what happens. But they are we've given notice to move out, and we'll see what happens.
Is there anything that can be done to dial the temperature down in the region?
They can't have a nuclear weapon. Very simply. They can't have a nuclear weapon. We're not going to allow that.
Yep. Cannot give them people nukes.
I'm telling you guys, it scares the hell out of me.
I agree.
The Israel-Iran thing is we do not want to get involved in this. And unfortunately, we're going to be because of our close association with Israel.
Yep.
And Netanyahu, there was supposed to be an election. I think they've put off the election because of all this tension.
Yeah. Tulsi Gabbard put out a video. I had it on the cut sheet yesterday. I didn't play it. Maybe I'll play it today about how close we are to nuclear war and how, she just visited Hiroshima and how they're still feeling the effects of that, when we dropped the bomb there in the 40s.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's not, there's no coming back from this.
No. Might want to build that Golden Dome before we go here.
Between the Middle East and LA, I mean, I just want to get back to Pride Month.
Well, Juneteenth is Saturday.
Thank God. Can't wait.
So we have that going on. Just those numbers with how many arrests. So 400 people arrested in Los Angeles. So once they set the curfew, then they could arrest people who were just violating the curfew. And that pretty much, it sounds like, shut things down. 330 undocumented migrants, 157 people arrested for assault, obstruction, one for attempted murder of a police officer. Those are some of your stats.
But it's mostly peaceful.
Mostly peaceful. So there it is.
I hate these people. I hate them. I hate the politicians that justify this crap.
Yeah, I hate all their little cliches and phrases.
God, Maxine Waters with their bad wig.
4,000 National Guard troops, 700 Marines deployed to help quell that unrest. And we've seen it across the country, but worse, obviously, in Los Angeles. So what's going on as far as this No Kings protests? So we all got the media sheet on that one. So we'll talk about that one moving forward. As, of course, President Donald Trump's administration set to hold the military parade in Washington, D.C. for the Army's 250th anniversary, which, yes, does coincide with the president's birthday. But the No Kings protests are set to take place to counter what organizers say are President Trump's plans to, quote, I'm quoting here, feed his ego on what is his 79th birthday and Flag Day. So that's how how organizers of these No Kings Day protests, including here. By the way, it's orchestrated by a group called 50501 Movement, which is a national movement, they say, made up of everyday Americans who stand for democracy and against authoritarian actions of Trump. And so they are planning these across the country. They're based in Washington, D.C., and so we'll look, to who funds them. And then, of course, because of that Supreme Court decision that came down, a year ago, if there is, God forbid, any violence, this 50501 movement or anybody that's part of it can be civilly sued, for example, by a law enforcement officer who's injured. So that we have that going on. So we're watching it very carefully. And it coincides here in Philadelphia with Juneteenth Day here in Philadelphia. So that's, two conflicting groups in Philadelphia. And of course, you just saw President Trump, First Lady Melania, attended the Les Mis premiere as there were boos, there were cheers.
Waste of time. God. Les Mis.
What?
You think you fell asleep?
I would have.
Oh, God.
I can't do those things.
Hideous.
Not my wheelhouse.
Yeah.
And as Greg Stocker said, it's a sad day. Beach Boys co-founder Brian Wilson, we got word yesterday, died at the age of 82 years young.
Yep.
So we have that. So we are sponsored by Kitchen Magic, proudly American-made, family-owned, tariff-proof. So your dream kitchen won't get hit with hidden costs. 24 months, same as cash financing, ends at the end of this month. Do this in June. Find the magic at kitchenmagic.com. Kitchen Magic, thank you for sponsoring Kayal & Company News Live. Nick, though, it's going to be a steamy day before the cool down for Father's Day.
That is correct. On 71 currently in the city, going up to 92 today. It's going to be another hot one tomorrow, and then we hit the mid to high 70s on the weekend with some showers for your Father's Day weekend. It's all brought to you by MTRule.com, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com. Thursday Big Take is on the way on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. But first, let me tell you about our friends at Families Behind the Badge, because we all love our first responders, and we would hope that you'll join us again in supporting the 38th annual Bend to the Shore Bike Tour. It's coming up on Sunday, July 20th. Tons of options for you. You can ride 65 miles. You could do just a 30 spot or even 10 miles. The closing stretch, if you will, on the route from Philly to Atlantic City, and be a part of the family-friendly celebration at the Showboat Hotel. You can even register to ride with me and Team 1210. I'll be back as your captain this year. And by the way, quick update on that. We just received another $25 on behalf of Michelle Spack, and we are now up to almost $3,000 or 20% of our $15,000 goal. So let's try to get there. Let's crank it up. Visit ben2shore.org. When you sign up with the code Nick1210, they'll take $25 off your registration fee. That's ben2shore.org. Promo code Nick1210.
Hi, I'm Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. And did you know we're locally owned, fully licensed and insured, and trusted by thousands of homeowners per year? We treat your home like it's our home.
Emmons is who I use. They install top quality roofing, siding, windows, doors, and even decks. For a free estimate, call Emmons today at 856-556-3229.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice. So call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
That's callemmons.com.
Achieve your goals with certificates and IRAs from American Heritage Credit Union. Make the most of your money by taking advantage of high earnings averages and flexible terms designed to help you reach your long or short-term goals. Open your account with a low minimum deposit and begin earning on your funds. What are you hoping to achieve? Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/certificates to start saving today. Insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. I've been a fan of Bob's Little Sports Shop in Glassboro forever, and I'm so excited that they've got an amazing anniversary coming up. 60 years in business, 60 years of standing up for freedom and liberty and your rights. So join their staff June 24th through the 28th for specials throughout the store. Bob's Little Sports Shop will have a limited number of very special commemorative Henry rifles for sale. So get in and check out their incredible inventory and this milestone event of 60 years being celebrated all throughout June, and with a special week of sales from June 24th through the 28th. Military discounts available. Visit bobslittlesportshop.com for more details and come see them on Delsea Drive in Glassboro. They're open daily Tuesday through Saturday. bobslittlesportshop.com. They're my store. In one visit, they're going to be your store too. Great people, responsible gun ownership, protect our freedom, protect our liberty. bobslittlesportshop.com. This ad sponsored by Bob's Little Sports Shop.
Add some star-spangled style to your summer with Ashley's Stars and Stripes sale. Going on now. Shop Hot Buys for every room in your home. Now just $6.99. Plus, you can save up to $1,000 store-wide. And don't miss upgrading your patio. Save up to 20% on select outdoor furniture. Or feel the freedom to buy now and pay over time with 0% interest until 2030 on in-store purchases made with your Ashley Advantage Synchrony credit card. Only at Ashley. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Rich Zioli this afternoon, 3 till 7. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Oh, yeah, Kayal and Company, 6:29. It is a Thursday morning. Cut sheet coming up at 7:45. Handful of interesting stories. We've had a lot of heavy discussion the last week or so with the LA riots. We'll get through the big news of the day, and then we'll have some fun coming up in the second hour. But first, let's get to a Thursday Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Which is brought to you by Bucks County Estate Traders. The Big Take, the vibe is real, and the shift has happened. No matter which way you slice it and dice it, Donald Trump is winning. The Democrats and their media cohorts are losing. The economy, polling, and policy, advantage Trump. Results, advantage Trump. Ratings and favorability of the left and legacy media plummeting. One side is delivering on a mandate on behalf of the American people, and the other side is resisting what Americans want and trying to paint a portrait that doesn't exist. Let's start with the economy, then we'll get to the latest with the LA riots, followed by the cultural shift in the United States. Great news for the Trump economy, so good that CNN and CNBC were forced to tell the truth. It began Wednesday, late in Kayal and Company, as Donald Trump and China have agreed to tariff terms. The United States will tariff China at 55%. China will tariff America at 10%. The big shoe to drop in tariff wars appears to be a formality at this point. And once agreed upon officially, the rest of the world will fall in line. India, Vietnam, Japan, Mexico, and others. And when it comes to America's economy right now, more good news for the Trump administration. And once again, the media, the Democrats, and the so-called experts, yeah, they were wrong. How did CNN report it yesterday? Listen and watch.
Well, John, look, we got another month of positive inflation news. Despite these historic tariffs, the latest numbers do show that inflation remained relatively tame in May. So the big number is the annual rate that came in at 2.4%. That is a slight acceleration from 2.3% in April, but this was better than expected. Month over month, prices were up by just 0.1%. Again, that's better than expected, and that's actually a deceleration from what we saw in April.
I'm starting to love hearing, quote, better than expected from all of these individuals, even more than things like mostly peaceful. CNBC, how were they presenting the information? Listen and watch this.
There's no way to look at these numbers and say they're not welcome news. I mean, a downside surprise to core goods is where people were looking for potentially tariff effects, and maybe except for isolated areas that Steve mentioned, you're not quite getting that. So I think it's all net.
The media forced to eat a healthy, hearty helping of crow. Now 47 needs to go for the economic kill shot, so to speak, the one big beautiful bill, as well as codifying all of those cuts. You know what I'm not a fan of? Howard Lutnick. But I am a fan of Scott Bessent. How does this sound for all of us living, perhaps, paycheck to paycheck? Listen and watch this.
The One Big Beautiful Bill Act, or as I will call it today, OBBB, the One Big Beautiful Bill will make the 2017 tax cuts permanent. This will provide individuals and businesses with certainty and build economic momentum. The legislation is squarely aimed at boosting the working and middle class and reinvigorating American manufacturing. According to the Council of Economic Advisors, The one big beautiful bill will raise take-home pay between $7,800 and $13,300 for the average family of four. It will increase wages between $6,100 to $11,600 for the average worker, and it will cement no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and tax cuts for seniors.
All of the tariff panicins out there weeks and weeks ago with their mass hysteria have once again gotten it wrong. We already know that Trump has gotten it right with the border, illegal immigration, and deportations. The Democrats, at this point, they're left with nothing, literally nothing. Latest polling from Quinnipiac, just conducted between June 5th through June 9th, has the Democrats with a 21% favorability rating. Perhaps congressional leaders like Ms. Sanchez can boost the Dems' abysmal approval ratings. Listen and watch this.
In fact, we've already seen that prices are rising on many everyday goods.
Congresswoman,
please don't interrupt me. The time is mine. The time is mine. Please don't interrupt me. I will ask you questions and I will grant you an opportunity to answer them, but please don't interrupt me during my time.
With pleasure.
Okay, I know I'm a woman, but please try to limit yourself to answering my questions. No, I'm sorry, but we get talked over all the time, and I don't want that to happen at this hearing.
Nobody in that room wanted to hear that. On second thought, probably not. Ms. Sanchez is not going to help. But what Dum Dum fails to realize is that when wage growth outpaces inflation, Americans are happy and the economy is doing good. Wages exceeding inflation is a net positive for cash in your pocket, something that did not happen in the Biden administration. This is just another reason why MAGA is on the rise at the expense of the Democrats' demise. YouGov polling with a major polling revelation. Data collected between June 6th and June 9th show that 52% of Republicans now, as well as 17% of all U.S. adult citizens, now describe themselves as MAGA Republicans. That number is up significantly since September of 2022, where just almost 3 years ago, it was only 38% of Republicans and 11% of U.S. adults. And then we have the media and the LA riots over ICE. YouGov conducted another poll on June 10th, polling 3,500 Americans on the nature of the ICE protests in LA. Only 35% say it is mostly peaceful, compared to the 42% that say it is mostly violent. But according to Morning Joe on MSNBC and his cast of thousands, it's not really a big deal. Listen and watch this.
The facts are that Los Angeles is calming down, that there are no riots in the streets, that the activities of the protesters is confined to about 4 or 5 square blocks in a city, a tumultuous, large, sprawling city in America. 4 or 5 blocks, that's it. And Caddy K, the tale of two cities is being told by the media. It's we know this. We're in this business. But the impact of pictures that people see on their TV tell a story that's not really accurate. I mean, the flames, the cars being burned, the police being thrown, concrete blocks at the police. That's been taken care of by the Los Angeles Police Department. They have restored order on their streets, and yet it's hard to understand the other tale being told by the administration.
Must be those cheap fakes on social media again. We are the media. You will believe what we tell you to believe. Your eyes are deceiving you. Just like with Joe Biden, he was cogent. More protests likely to happen, especially this upcoming weekend. Watch Caroline Levitt school this person. Listen and watch this.
So if there were peaceful protests on Saturday for the military parade, President Trump would allow that?
Of course the president supports peaceful protests. What a stupid question. Raquel.
What a stupid question indeed. Protesting a military parade. 250 years. You may not like the price tag. You may not like the birthday element for Trump, but protesting the army, this is a totally unique event. This is giving you the freedom to protest. It's the military that is giving you all of these rights that you have by allowing America to be what it is against foreign or domestic invaders. But it's interesting how the left handles the military. When it comes to pronouns and the trans inclusion of the military, they get their backs up against the wall. When it comes to shipping off soldiers to fight endless, pointless wars like Russia, Ukraine, they need and love their assistance. Any other time, though, they disrespect vets. They walk right past them. They don't even say hello or thank you. As far as I'm concerned, these brave souls deserve everything that they have earned this weekend. But finally, and most importantly, why are these riots popping up? Very interesting perspective here, because the left and their elitist bankrollers of paid protesters, they need death. They need tragedy. They need George Floyd 2.0. Think about this. Trump survived assassination attempts, but now they need someone else to die or the mission fails. Not my theory, Patrick Bet-David's theory. He explained this with Jesse Waters. I think this is 1,000% accurate. Listen and watch this.
If they succeed in getting everybody else emotional, we know what game they're playing. June 14th is President Trump's 79th birthday, 250-year army. You got Flag Day. You got all this stuff that they're doing with America. They don't want to see any of these victories taking place. Axios article came out talking about 1,500 protests they're already planning in 50 states, funded by 100 progressive organizations, a lot of different NGOs. One of the Walton billionaires, Christy Walton, name was mentioned in New York Times. This is a $19, $20 billion type of person. A lot of this money, you hear Soros, all these other things that they're doing. They're planning this. You know what they're looking for? I hate to say this. They're looking for their next George Floyd. That is all they need. They need one person. They need one massive crisis. They have no policies. They have no good ideas. I've yet to see. I went on ChatGPT. I said, can you tell me what solutions Mayor Bass and Gavin Newsom have given to all these protesting? There is no solutions. It's meetings. It's suing Trump. Zero solutions. They have no ideas. They will lose miserably, but it's going to work on a small percentage of the population.
I think what they're trying to do is bait police, bait the military, or any citizens into violence and then death, and then pin it on Donald Trump. Not sure that it works, but I think his theory is correct. The only thing different this time around, in Trump's first term, it happened in year 4 with George Floyd. This time around, they're trying to derail him in year 1. Don't take the bait. They've got nothing. As PBD said, they've got no solutions and no policies. You can't just give them a gift. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Brought to you by Bucks County Estate Traders, where you can furnish your home and make a statement for summer, just like your boy. With one trip to Bucks County Estate Traders, browse over 16,000 pieces, all high-quality, famous brands, meticulously cared for and curated by their experts. Visit buckscountyestatetraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in on X at 1210 WPHT, and of course in the YouTube chat, youtube.com/at1210 WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe buttons while you are there. All right, Dawn Stensland, your thoughts on the good economic numbers, as well as the media lecturing us on what's going on with the riots in L.A.?
Well, you could see on their faces, they're all bummed out that these numbers that the tariff talk is not really impacting, consumer confidence or the consumer price index or any of that. And that's what they have been hoping for. It's as if they're reporting this, oh, darn it, these numbers are better than expected. Oh, darn it. The actual sending in the National Guard and the Marines actually worked. Darn, where can we go now? And then, well, let's talk about the cost of this 250th commemoration of the United States Army, to celebrate our military members who are willing to make the ultimate sacrifice. And so to celebrate military members and do this on a national scale. And so I want to know this. How come the media never looked into how much did it cost when Obama and Biden held these big pride events at the White House? Huge events that they held at the White House. How much did those cost?
Mm-hmm. Fair point.
Okay. Nobody questioned it because they were like, well, you can hold an event if you want to celebrate the pride and the LGBTQ plus IA community, UBU. And nobody really questioned it. But if you're going to start questioning the cost of every single thing, and then you think about the fact that we have a real problem to the point that they were saying it was critical to national security to ramp up recruitment, which is up, as we've given the numbers, skyrocketing military recruitment, separate out the Marines, but this is for the U.S. Army.
Yeah, Army just hit their goal.
We've been talking about this for how many years?
We just chatted with our gal last
Tracy
week.
Pinnacook.
Well,
yeah,
yes,
locally
her. But
Montgomery
also,
County.
who we had last week for the Vet
yes.
Spotlight. She was an Army vet, and they hit the goal with 4 months to go. I think their calendar year starts in October for recruiting or September, and they hit it with 4 or 5 months to go.
So you think about this, that this Saturday is an event as well to celebrate those who've signed up, the new recruits, if you will, with the United States Army. And so what does that look like? So if they want to say, let's look at the cost of every celebratory event, okay, then let's do that. Let's go back to all the way back to the Obama administration, go to the Biden administration, look at all of the money spent on these parties. To me, I think that you could certainly justify having a parade when you had recruitment that was at the lowest levels that we've seen in a lifetime. This is important for the recruitment, and that's all a piece of this.
Yep. Speaking of prices, real quickly, as far as the economy goes, gas year over year down 12.5%, fuel oil down 8.5%, energy down 3.5%, fresh vegetables down 2.5%, smartphones, airfare, public transportation, leased vehicles, hotels also down as well on the economic front. 855-839-1210. Let's go deeper into this military parade. I saw this yesterday. It was written from Variety, talking about which networks will not even cover the parade and which one will. We'll do that when we come back. It's Kayal and Company live here on a Thursday morning, and we're back after this.
I have some news, exciting news, from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. So Acura has just been named America's Best Value Luxury Brand in Kelley Blue Book's 2020-25 Consumer Choice Awards. So what does it mean? It means top performance, cutting-edge tech, unmistakable style, all with long-term value that you can trust. From the sporty Integra to the all-new ADX, Acura, delivering more for your drive and your dollar. Visit Piazza Acura in Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester. You can always shop online. PiazzaAcura.com, Piazza, PiazzaAcura.com for all those special offers. Thank you, Piazza Auto Group, PiazzaAutogroup.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
I plan to rearrange my closet, but I stopped after picking the clothes up off the floor.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's award-winning language learning app will help you start speaking another language. Start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Comment tu t'appelles?
Comment tu t'appelles?
Vous êtes où?
Vous êtes où?
Babbel's bite-sized lessons make it easy to learn words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks,
"How's your French going?"
you can say,
Babbel est amusant et facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue. Et cela ne prend que 15 minutes par jour.
when you want to really learn another language, it starts with Babbel. Babbel, language for life, celebrating over 16 million subscriptions sold. Now save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Get Dad the gift of laughter this Father's Day with tickets to see Joe Conklin in Wildwood July 11th and in Ocean City on July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
When the stock market becomes too volatile, investors who try to get out are met with the same excuses from their broker. You're in it for the long haul. Stay the course. Don't sell now, you'll miss out on opportunity. But crash-proof consumers are not worried about market volatility.
Kathleen Rocket from Langhorne, PA. I've never liked the stock market, that it goes up and down, and seems to me it goes down more than it's up. With the crash-proof retirement system, we've gotten over 10% this year. The market can still go down, but I don't lose any of that money. And it's no fees charged to that. I benefit in the good times, and in the bad times, I'm not losing money. It's not too good to be true. We're living proof of it. It works.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Springfield Country Club, July 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Yeah. Paul McCartney heard this and it was like, I need to do this. He admits to it. No, he admits to it.
So this is not a hot take.
No, this is not a hot take.
Okay.
The Beach Boys 1966 released Pet Sounds.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, Brian Wilson dead at the age of 82.
Yes. As Rolling Stone says, Brian Wilson, Beach Boys co-founder and architect of pop.
Yep.
Dead at 82.
Paul McCartney heard this song and was like, we need to do this. And in 1967, a year after, they released Sgt. Pepper's. I mean, the Beatles. So,
And they admitted that USSR was a sort of a parody.
Yes.
Of the Beach Boys.
Yeah.
I'll always remember as a little tyke at 6 years old watching TGIF back when Friday night television was great.
Here we
and
go.
the Beach Boys made a cameo on Full House.
Relevant to absolutely nothing. But thank you for that.
I'm looking at a picture of Brian Wilson from, God, this has to be the 70s. Definitely a 70s haircut vibe. And he looks like a scruffier, thicker bearded Dave Portnoy. Very interesting. I'll send this picture to you guys. Where would you put and maybe Phil Almquist jump in as well if you can hear us, Phil, on your mic. Where would the Beach Boys rank on the pantheon of all-time greats? I mean, is that Mount Rushmore level?
I just said, and Phil, your mic's up. I just said that without Brian Wilson and Pet Sounds, there would have been no, it reinvented rock and roll. It reinvented music in 1966. Phil, do you agree?
Yes, I agree. I still don't put them on Mount Rushmore, maybe just off, maybe like 5 or 6 for me.
So they're in your top 10 for sure.
Because for Phil, I don't think they're your cup of tea. But I think what what people talk about, and McCartney's been interviewed, that all the interviews are resurfacing now with the sad news that Brian Wilson has passed away. But McCartney has talked about the fact that the Beach Boys influenced, the way that they arranged, their style, their harmony.
Well, because people always remember, Surfer Girl and Surfing Safari and, Surfing USA. But I'm talking about like the actual, like when they got into the late 60s with good vibrations and all that stuff, like that was revolutionary at the time. Nobody else was doing that.
Here's a quote from Brian Wilson, quote, "Early on, I learned that when I tuned the world out, I was able to tune in a mysterious God-given music.
Oh, yeah.
It was my gift, and it allowed me to interpret and understand emotions I couldn't articulate."
He was nuts. He suffered from mental illness. There's
definitely a lot of people out there though that use music or use music as a way to communicate.
Of course, 100%.
Give off their vibes and everything.
Yep.
Yeah. Very interesting. All right, Kayal and Company. Brian Wilson, dead at 82. Rest in peace. 6 o'clock hour, also rest in peace. 7 o'clock hour is coming up next, where we will go into this. The Trump military parade might not get a ton of coverage on all of legacy media. Why? We'll kick it around. Hour 2 is next. Stay right there.
There's a reason the potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com and get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
The working families of La Una Labor District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
Cancer. Chances are, if you've been diagnosed with cancer either recently or in the past, you probably wonder where to turn and what to do. What you can do is contact Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. There is so much that Dr. Molly can do and have done with patients now and in the past. Whether it's boosting your immune system or helping you navigate the difficulties of any type of cancer diagnosis, Dr. Molly and her team can help. The initial consultation is complimentary, and you'll find it will be a very enlightening enlightening experience. Contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505 or visit them on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com. That's innovativemedicalassociates.com. Cancer, it doesn't have to be the end. It is only the beginning when you contact Innovative Medical Associates. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 till 9 a.m. and again from 4 till 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Big news! Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange. And millions like you are joining our news revolution. Newsmax is now the 4th highest rated news channel, just behind CNN. Reuters says we're one of the top news brands in America. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax for shows with Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and more. So download our free Newsmax app on your smartphone or TV and start watching. President Trump says Newsmax is truly terrific. Get the free Newsmax app and check out Newsmax shares on the stock exchange. Go to newsmaxinvest.com. That's newsmaxinvest.com. This is not an offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such an offer would be unlawful.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Kayal and Company, 7 o'clock as we begin hour number 2 on a Thursday morning. Coming up 9:10 this morning, Fight Club, because fights equal ratings. And then we will go from just awful human beings fighting on social media to a great human being, our man Coop from 98.1 WOGL. He'll join us at 9:30 for a great cause as he is walking from and has already started his trek from Philadelphia to the Borgata in Atlantic City. 855-839-1210. Cut sheet is coming up at 7:45, and then we'll get to this military parade story and also a very interesting story on Gen Z, courtesy of the New York Times. But right now, let's get down to the news around number 2 at 7:01. The great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning, Kayal and Company News Live this morning, Thursday morning, June the 12th. We're at 68 degrees. A beautiful hazy sunrise and heating up into the 90s. Full forecast with Nick in just a moment. And so as we look at what's happening in Philadelphia, the lead story that is now making national news here in Philadelphia, tragically, the mother of a 3-year-old little girl, Nola Dinkins, the missing girl who was at the center of that Amber Alert in Delaware that we began yesterday morning telling you about. Now the mother facing murder charges, accused of making up a story, as she is an African-American woman with an African-American child who made up a story that a white man, a gunman, took her daughter, kidnapped, abducted her daughter at gunpoint and made off in a vehicle driven by a white woman. That story unraveling before horrified law enforcement, who have now charged 31-year-old mother, Darian Randall, now charged with first and second degree murder, first degree child abuse. This results in the death of a minor under 13, other related charges. So she'll be extradited back to Maryland. Meantime, even before they found the body of this sweet little girl, Nola, 3 years old, they knew something was off with the story this mother was telling. The inside story is that reportedly the mother finally admitted that in fact she killed her daughter, that Then they called off the Amber Alert, and that was, I think that was right as we were ending on Kayal and Company, and in that 10 o'clock hour, that's when we were learning more details about this. They were calling off the Amber Alert, and then later in the afternoon, as we've reported, they found a body that's consistent with that of little Nola. And so now the autopsy is underway, not only for a positive ID of Nola, but as well for the important autopsy to know how this little girl was murdered.
I just pulled up 6abc.com, and this is just, I don't know, random. I'm just used to 6ABC for local news in the city, as I think a lot of people are when you look at the 4 channels. It says she reported the false kidnapping to, quote, divert attention from her boyfriend. Now, I just scanned the entire story. It's not super long. There's not one mention here of the fact that she tried to accuse or create a suspect that was, how did you characterize it, Dawn? A white man, bald?
White man, bald.
With a beard?
With,
Me.
like
She basically accused Nick Kayal to protect her boyfriend with peach fuzz. Peach fuzz.
Yeah.
Yeah. It doesn't exist on the 6ABC website. I'm going to go to Channel 3. I'm going to go to Channel 10. I'm going to check all the websites while Dawn continues.
Channel 3 Channel 10.
I'm like an old
90.
man. By the way, where's my clicker in this studio?
Oh, I know. That's
Zioli
really
comes in here for one day and the remote's gone.
That's the breaking story. Jimmy Kelly is like, we're all looking for this remote because Nick's and Jimmy. I'm like, Jimmy, I'm the woman of the group. I definitely do not have the remote. If I have a remote, like Marvin E. Cans, like there's a remote to that Mitsubishi Electric.
Yeah.
It's just mini split. And I'm like,
Gonna need an Amber Alert for the clicker.
I know.
If Dawn has a remote, it's in her nightstand drawer.
That's
This guy's he's on one today, folks. We still got 3 hours to go.
That's right. And the batteries are working. In the remote. Well, that went in a weird place.
That's what I do. That's what I do. I make everything uncomfortable. That's what I do. Train wreck radio. I invented it.
Well, if you didn't invent it, you damn sure perfected it.
We have, by the way, SEPTA trains, there's word delayed slightly this morning. A person was struck by a SEPTA train right at 6 o'clock this morning in Philadelphia's Fern Rock section. So SEPTA putting that word out that the B-line, the trains are subject to additional wait times up to half an hour in both directions due to a passenger being struck at Fern Rock Transit Center. This morning, shuttle buses are operating now to try to help out, and that's between Fern Rock and the Olney Transit Center. Just a heads up, we don't know what exactly happened there, but I just want to give you that heads up as well. There's also breaking news as far as what happened with a London-bound Air India flight with more than 240 passengers aboard. There's word that this flight it's a Boeing, has crashed after takeoff, and this from India. So it was London-bound from India. We just have that it had just taken off, and there were visuals on local TV stations there showing smoke billowing from the crash site in what appeared to be a populated area right near an airport, a city with a population of more than 5 million there in India. So we don't know if this was a horrible accidental crash. Is it something more sinister? I don't have the information. Casualties, nothing, but a huge Boeing airplane that with more than 240 passengers aboard crashing in India, London bound.
Just to quickly jump in, nothing on CBS 3 about the false accusations from that mom, but NBC 10, Dawn, I got to give NBC 10 credit here. Randall described the person as a white man who was about 40 years old and bald with peach fuzz on his head, wearing a black hoodie, gray basketball shorts, and had a handgun. Kudos to NBC Philadelphia for putting that in the story.
Yes.
Sorry.
Good for them.
I'm done. I'm done scanning. I feel like Dawn. I'm scanning the media outlets, looking for bias by omission. Stenzel, you're rubbing off on me.
See, good. It's a good thing because then once you see this, you'll never unsee it.
Yep, you're right.
Right,
like pedophiles, that's right?
Yes, I see pedophiles. Speaking of which, our next story. I'm going to take you back to the year 2018. If you remember the story, it made huge news, not just locally. What's that music?
No,
Going to
it's our door.
Okay.
It's our door that
I thought you
sounds
were
like
going to
a
something.
like a Boeing 747 when you open it.
I thought maybe it was like, doo-doo-doo.
Yeah,
We
Jimmy
found the
my clicker.
remote.
No,
Okay.
yeah, there we go. I'm sorry.
Clicker found. Good job, Jimmy. It wasn't in here. We have, if you remember this story, it made international news. It made huge national headlines. But for us, it was a consuming story taking you back to 2018. This was a Pennsylvania man, a father, and he sparked that international manhunt. He was from Allentown. He fled to Mexico with an underage girl. Well, now he's charged in a child rape case. He's 52-year-old Kevin Esterly. That's as police identified him. Kevin Esterly. He's accused of repeatedly sexually assaulting this girl, giving her drugs. The Lehigh County District Attorney's Office making these statements, saying that Esterly, who's now a resident of Whitehall, was taken into custody in West Virginia after 2 police pursuits. This went down yesterday. He's now awaiting extradition to Pennsylvania, where he's facing felony charges of rape, 2 counts of statutory sexual assault, as well as multiple other offenses.
How old was the child?
And so she says that this all began when she was just 12.
Oh, God.
12.
Firing squad.
I know. We're running out of spots.
You retweeted something yesterday, Nick, that usually it infuriates me when you tweet things. But you retweeted something yesterday that I thought was interesting about it was not anniversary, but it was this date in history when we executed Timothy McVeigh.
Oh yeah, retro news. Great feed.
June 11th, 2001, and the Oklahoma City bombing was April of '95. So 6 years, and he was put to death.
Yep.
And it just brought back, I was like, why? What happened to the death penalty? Why don't we use it more?
I know.
Use it more.
I know.
Sorry.
And by the way, you're not for nothing, but you're more likely, if you look at recidivism rates, if you're more likely to rehabilitate or give redemption to somebody like Timothy McVeigh, believe it or not, than a pedophile.
Oh, for sure. Yes.
And you know this because you started out in criminal justice.
Well, that's why sex offenders, when they move into a community, they have to alert the community, register, Megan's Law, the whole thing.
Castrate them.
Yeah.
That's enough. They won't do anything then.
I know.
Castrate them.
Not opposed to it.
In the public square.
On
pay-per-view.
Do
they still do pay-per-view?
Yeah, they call them premium live events now.
I'm just kidding.
They call them PLEs.
Oh no! Look at my credit card. That's David and his teenage friends.
I know. Tell David next time he wants to watch UFC to come over to my house. I get them all.
That's a great idea.
I get them all.
Yeah.
You do?
Seriously, yes.
I've never watched a UFC pay-per-view from beginning to end. We could do like a stalker slumber party.
Yeah, no, I'm serious. Rather than wasting the Menti Stensland money, you can come over and watch it. Waste the stalker money.
I'll pick David up and we'll be at Stalkers by 7.
You have a lot of fun.
The only difference is I go to bed early, so I usually watch a little bit of it and then watch the rest Sunday morning.
That's what I do. I'll watch some of it with them and then I go to bed.
Exactly. That's exactly what I do. Because I'm like, I can't stay up till 11 o'clock.
No.
What are you, high?
I can't tell you the last time I made 11 o'clock on a weekend.
I was just looking at financial news because Nick, great big take with the economy and the media. But there was also something that was not widely reported, wonder why, and all of these, the U.S. Department of Commerce, but they had reported that the U.S. monthly, the international trade deficit decreased actually this spring. This is the U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis and the Census Bureau. So the deficit decreasing from $138 billion to just $61 billion in April in a good way. Why? Because we in America, we are exporting much more. That's increasing, and then the imports decrease.
Yep.
And so, so this goes along with the why behind talking about why tariffs. Many say they won't work. Many say they will, but this is one reason. So just to kind of embellish with numbers what Nick's point was with, if you missed the big take, first of all, as Greg says, where were you? But go back and listen to it. Not now.
We start at 6 a.m. Go back to on the Odyssey app and you can just rewind to 6:30.
6:30. By the way, did you know that all of my family and friends from across the country say the Odyssey app with the rewind function.
Yeah.
Other entities don't have that.
They are correct.
And so they love that rewind
correct.
feature.
Yeah. We're not ahead on the curve on much, but with that app, but we are with that.
That's right.
So we've been talking locally a lot about what's going on with this No Kings protest. I sent you guys that news release because they're
Saturday.
Saturday, which is also, of course, Flag Day, which is nationally. This will be the military parade in Washington, D.C., Army's 250th anniversary. Yes, it does coincide with Flag Day and Trump's birthday, and they're pointing that out. But in this one, we're hearing more and more about the Army birthday celebration in D.C. and across the country. No Kings. This is a D.C. organization, 50501 movement. It's a national movement. They say it's made up of everyday Americans who stand against the authoritarian actions of Trump. But I will say this, that they are based in D.C. and a political entity, if you will. So we'll look at their fundraising and protests earlier this year denouncing Trump, as well as billionaire advisor Elon Musk, who has been on the outs, as you well know. So this same group has organized other events, anti-Trump, anti-Elon, etc. So we'll I know we're talking about that. As far as President Trump and First Lady Melania, looking beautiful in all black. So Les Miserables premiere last night, and there was a bit of a boycott. This is the the Kennedy Center. And so the auditorium showing signs of significant under-attendance. So it was reported for about a month that maybe 10, 12-ish performers in Les Mis' main cast and the ensemble, they skipped yesterday's performance as their own boycott.
So
that's the report.
So the same actors and actresses that voted for Kamala Harris decided to boycott Trump. Okay, good. Nobody cares. And by the way, your endorsements never work anyway. I just hate these Hollywood elites or these little actors on Broadway. Just stay out of politics. Nobody cares what you think. Stay in your lane.
Somebody asked, I think a Fox News reporter asked Trump about that yesterday. 21, Phil, if you have it.
Oh, yeah, I did see this.
He was taking questions outside the...
Does he ever not take questions? I mean, what a completely opposite approach from the last administration.
It's been reported that some actors may be boycotting tonight.
I couldn't care less, honestly. All I do is run the country well. The economic numbers, you saw them today, they're setting records. We took $88 billion in tariffs in 2 months, far beyond what anybody expected. There's no inflation. People are happy. People are wealthy. The country's getting back to strength again. That's what I care about. And we're going to have a safe country. We're not going to have what would have happened in Los Angeles. Remember, if I wasn't there, if I didn't act quickly on that, Los Angeles would be burning to the ground right now.
So he went on to talk about Los Angeles. The truth is, since the Marines and the 4,000 National Guardsmen arrived, Guardsmen and women, I don't know, it's pretty quiet. There's nothing. I mean, they did reportedly, they scooped up hundreds of different individuals and arrested them, but it's pretty quiet.
Yeah, well, if you bring in the Marines, the gig's up, right? Fun's over.
Yeah.
There's a report in this morning's New York Times that the ICE is being pressured by the White House to do better in meeting arrest goals. So I don't know how that's corresponding with like what's happening, because what we're seeing is people being arrested. But according to the sources here, like Stephen Miller is out there, laying down the law, saying we need to get arrests up.
Interesting.
As far as illegals go. So I don't know.
Okay.
Like a quota? Is that what they're?
I don't know.
I thought I read a couple of days ago where the number was like they want 3,000 a day, something to that effect. I get a feeling that as good as they have been, and I think I gave the number a couple of days ago, is over 500,000 arrests and 139,000 deportations. That's just beginning to scratch the surface. If you think about it, right? I mean, there was 15 million people reportedly in the country the last 4 years. So while 500,000 is a great number, I mean, that's pennies on the dollar, so to speak.
By the way, we are getting those first images of that plane crash in India with more than 240 people on board. It's, smoldering wreckage.
But that did not take off from America, correct?
You are correct.
Okay.
India.
India to London.
I would, what airline I would never fly? Air India.
Yeah. I think the list of companies that I would not fly with is
I know it's
surpassing the other ones.
It's
right?
a Boeing 767. Like that's a huge plane.
But it's a Boeing. But I think probably in the U.S. we have such restrictions on how often they have to inspect these airplanes.
Yeah.
So the question is, do they inspect them as much in other countries?
All right, so we're out on Air India.
No.
We're out on Spirit.
No.
We're out on Frontier. We're out on Allegiant.
Just drive. Anywhere you want to go, you can drive to.
It's down to United Airlines, American Airlines, and Delta, I guess. All right.
You know what? Talking about the media, one thing, you look at like the Washington Post at the top, it's all Trump. Trump presidency, Trump at Les Mis, Trump.
Mm-hmm.
It's amazing how these publications who supposedly hate Trump, man, they profit off of it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's because whatever's left of their readership, it's clickbait for them.
Yep.
By the way, today at 10 o'clock this morning is when Eagles, the single game tickets go on sale. Yeah, right at 10 o'clock.
Wow.
Your opportunity.
Ooh.
So we have that one going on this morning. By the way, there's an urgent warning over Dubai chocolate.
Who's buying chocolate in Dubai chocolate?
Not me.
Buy Dubai.
Dubai's chocolate, which has gone viral because it's at risk of, you could have a reaction to this.
Yeah.
There's probably crickets in there.
I think
So-
chocolate candy's overrated anyway.
It's dark chocolates,
I
but
love
it's
chocolate ice cream and chocolate milk, but I'm not a chocolate candy guy.
Well, chocolate covered pretzels, dark chocolate.
Dark chocolate.
That's my Asher's. Asher's is the
best.
It's the only chocolate covered pretzel. Anything else is fugazi.
Yeah.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
And so in this one, this is a serious warning. So this is a treat which is known for its mix of pistachio and then a crispy pastry known as angel hair. But they're saying that, I don't know, something went wrong. So they're warning about this Dubai chocolate. I've never even heard of it, but I'm seeing all of this.
I hate the Middle East.
Yeah. And I guess part of this is that there are all these knockoffs of it, that it's cheap and that it could contain toxins and mold.
I'm a big pistachio fan, though, by the
Yes.
way. I love pistachio. Pistachio ice cream, most underrated ice cream out there. Oh, it's phenomenal. Love
It is. It's really good.
Yep.
So we got that going on. And the Soros wedding, we haven't even talked about that one.
Who?
Oh, aren't we celebrating here? Here at Odyssey?
Whose wedding did you say?
The Soros wedding.
The Soros
Alex
wedding.
and Huma, right?
Yeah.
I
Huma Abedin. You didn't get the invitation?
No, my mail's a little slow in Bluebell. It might come tomorrow.
Well, I've been told, guys, that we are under the rule of them, so clearly we must have known about this,
Yes.
right?
I thought
you guys are owned by Soros.
Remember when they were like, "Oh, Nick, you might want to look for a new job. You see who your new boss is."
Oh God,
yeah, still here.
I heard smooth brains.
Wait, I heard Nick Kayal was the ring bearer.
The ring bearer.
Ring bearer.
I'm sure it's
in the
going to be a
wedding.
heck of a shindig.
Not
I'm happy
bear.
to come and talk politics. Me and Alex will chop it up over a bourbon.
So
I'm willing to talk with people I disagree with. I'm not a lefty.
By the way, like, if you've seen Alex Soros, like, he looks like he got beat up a lot as a kid.
That is not nice.
He with dumb glasses, dumb hipster look.
You're just.
Ugh.
Those
So let's go
glasses are
through this.
in.
The stalker is against the military parade. He hates the Middle East. Alex Soros got beat up as a kid.
Yeah.
Folks, this might be it for Stalker.
It's true.
If you don't hear him tomorrow, he got whacked. He's in the dumpster in an alleyway.
I don't care. Here, 721. I'm telling all the suits right now. Fire me. Fire me, please.
So he's marrying Huma Abedin, and remember her, former aide to Hillary Clinton, but the wedding is set for June 14th in the Hamptons.
Just going well, of course. Where else would it be? But Huma Abedin.
Remember?
Can you imagine?
She has to be hot.
Can
you
you-
can't have that name and be ugly.
Nick. Wait, Nick. She's Uma Abedin was Wiener's wife.
Wiener's wife.
Remember?
Wiener's wife.
When
he sent the D
blank
pics.
pics. And remember, she was Hillary's right-hand person. And so this was all going down because the DNC was here.
Can you imagine how many Democrats are
Oh.
going to be at that wedding? Like Democrat politicians, donors.
Yeah. Gavin Newsom will be there with his hands out.
Oh, God.
Uma Abedin is 48.
And he's much younger, right?
I was just going to say that. Yeah. He's younger than me. He's 39.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good for him.
Good for him,
What do you have
man.
to say about that, marrying an older woman?
That's nice work out of him.
See?
Yeah.
He's
Nothing
such
wrong
a,
with that.
he's such a weaselly-looking guy, too. Ugh. Just gives off the creep vibes, you know?
The
There's
big
just-
glasses.
There's just people that give off the creep vibes. Alex Soros is one of them.
You like the big glasses look?
I do. I like the glasses.
By the
I
way,
think
thank you. This will be our last broadcast
I know,
this
right?
morning.
Yeah, thanks a lot, guys. I just got a new house.
I set you up for that.
Yeah, now I'll be panhandling at the corner of 202 and Skipback Pike.
Coming back from the next break at 7:30, we will be all classical music.
Phil Almquist will carry you with the tunes.
Enjoy. All right, we really have to break.
By the way, Jeff Bezos and Lauren Sanchez will also marry this month. I know you wanted to know that, little guys.
I didn't get that invite either.
Yes. So we got that one going.
All the world's most awful people are marrying this month. So,
except Elon
Stop.
Musk.
Stop. So we are. So I don't have a sponsor this morning. So I know Nick does because we got to talk about the forecast. What a steamy forecast for today.
Yeah, very
Nick
humid
Ham.
as well. Going up to 92 today. We've got 91 again tomorrow. Weekend will cool off, but then again, here comes the rain. So, yeah, it's back to April. Philly weather sponsored by MTRule.com, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com. Why would CBS, NBC, and ABC not carry Trump's military parade and preempt normal programming this weekend? We'll discuss next here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, if you're heading to the shore, maybe dreaming about upgrading your home, Kitchen Magic can help you fall in love with your kitchen again. By the way, they're family owned. They're right here, American made and tariff proof because they're made in the USA. So your remodel stays on budget. This June only, you got to do this. This month only, enjoy 24 months, same as cash financing. Don't wait. Don't put it off. Get started today. KitchenMagic.com. You can call 1-800-237-0799. Kitchen Magic since 1979, 800-237-0799 or kitchenmagic.com. KitchenMagic.com. What are you waiting for? Tell them Dawn sent you.
We get it. Attention spans just aren't what they used to be. Heads in social media and eyes on Netflix. But what do people do with their ears? Well, for one, they're listening to audio. Americans spend 4.4 hours with audio every day. Oh, and you want the proof? Well, you just sat through this ad that's now approaching 30 seconds. What could you say to a potential customer in 30 seconds? Let Odyssey put together a media plan tailor-made for your unique marketing needs. Advertise with Odyssey. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-536-9607. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-536-9607 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-536-9607 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-536-9607.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. When it comes to your teeth, you deserve more than just a quick fix. That's why you should call my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz of the Bentz Dental Group. I recently talked to Joyce, a listener. She had another dentist tell her to get dentures. She wasn't having any of that. She said she may be vintage, but not old. She met with Dr. Bentz and his team and now is very happy with her dental implants. The dentist you choose does matter. Call Dr. Bentz, 610-272-6949 or BentzDentalGroup.com.
Hey, navigation, take me to the Philadelphia area Kia dealership with the most inventory and super low lease payments.
Navigation is rerouting you to KiaofCherryHill.com.
Choose from over 450 new Kias, including Tellurides, Sportages, K5s, Carnivals, Seltos, Souls, and more.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Oh, yeah. It would be nice. It's Kayal and Company.
Such a great song.
Yes, it is. Just puts you in a good mood, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
It does.
Just want to kind of sway along.
By the way, every song I played this morning from 7 or 6:50 on has been from Pet Sounds.
Oh.
Good Vibrations, God Only Knows, and Now Wouldn't It Be Nice?
Just sit there laying in a hammock on a beautiful day, drinking a lemonade, listening to this.
One more thing about this, and then I'll let you two defend this military army parade.
We'll let you give your rebuttal.
No, I'm not going to. I spilled my bucket at 6:05. I'm done. You can say the Beatles were more influential than the Beach Boys were, or the Beatles were one of the most influential bands of all time.
Mm-hmm.
This album, Pet Sounds, probably the greatest album of all time, in my opinion.
Wow.
The best rock album of all time was Pet Sounds, because it was the first. It was the original. So yes, you could argue the Beatles were more influential than the Beach Boys were, but Pet Sounds was the greatest rock album of all time.
Will Phil Almquist agree? Find out coming up at 9:45.
All right, I'm done.
855-839-1210.
Best album of all time?
Of all time, yes.
No.
110% yes. Thank you. Changed my mind.
Phil, poll question, YouTube. Soundgarden, Beach Boys.
Soundgarden.
Or Soundgarden. Savage Garden.
Savage Garden.
I knew. No. All right.
Okay.
Let me get to
I will say, okay, for white guys, because a lot of the other, like the Beatles, I mean, so I would think of Marvin Gaye, but I'm going to say this. A lot of rock bands ripped off from African Americans.
Yes, 100%.
So I would say for Caucasians or Caucasian music, whatever you want to say in America, I would agree with you for white people, like for white musicians. Do you know what I'm saying? But I think African Americans,
because they started the blues and
off.
jazz and all. Yeah, agreed on all that. But I'm talking rock music. Thank you.
That's all Stalker and Phil care about is rock.
I know.
Is there any other form of music? No.
Apparently not. All right, so this is interesting. Variety wrote this yesterday with the headline, Trump military parade may not get much coverage on CBS, NBC, and ABC. They write the following. Does a parade meant to celebrate the nation truly exist if it can't get on national broadcast TV? Mainstream TV news outlets seem divided over how to cover an extravagant display of military might along the streets of Washington, D.C. from the Trump administration. A June 14 parade and accompanying festivities meant to call attention to the 250th birthday of the U.S. Army will be something to see, with 3 kinds of helicopters, Bradley vehicles, a fireworks display, and a parachute jump by the Golden Knights demonstration team. Some will even give the event a mere nod, while others will utilize all the resources a national TV newsroom can muster. Now, ABC News, NBC News, and CBS News are unlikely to preempt regular TV programming for coverage of the event, according to people familiar with their plans. ABC News plans to cover the parade across programs and platforms, including their 24/7 streaming news channel. Now, at NBC News, anchors Aaron Gilchrist and Kelly O'Donnell will lead special coverage of the event on NBC News Now, which is also their streaming platform. CBS News chief Washington correspondent Major Garrett will anchor coverage on Paramount. The broadcaster's ambivalence around coverage shows what a strange spectacle the parade is shaping up to be. On one hand, a display of national military capabilities on U.S. soil is unique, even propagandistic. It's the sort of one thing sees in an authoritarian nation like North Korea. Also, they talk about dictatorships and how Rand Paul will not be attending. The cost is expected to be between $25 and $45 million, according to a U.S. Army spokesperson. Now, Fox News will preempt its Saturday schedule, wiping out everything from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. and to give 4 hours of special coverage to this. News Nation also plans to devote hours of coverage to the event as well. Now, ABC is sticking with their regularly scheduled programming, which is the UFL Championship, the United Football League. It is minor league football. NBC is sticking with the U.S. Open golf event. Totally get that. Major golf championship, but United Football League? The attendance for those games is like a girls' volleyball match in high school. There's 12 people at these stupid football games. CBS is sticking with 48 hours and the rest of their Saturday night low-energy television programming. So here's where I stand on this. If your beef is with it being affiliated with Trump's birthday and they're spending that kind of money, I totally get that. Me personally, Trump turning 79 doesn't register with me. I don't care. But I'm the guy who doesn't like to have happy birthday sang to him, right? Like, I don't care. Like, if you're 16, cool, sweet 16 party, I got you. You turn 100, that's cool. 79, it doesn't mean anything to me. It doesn't mean a thing. But from the military standpoint, for the love of God, it's 250 years of the Army. It's kind of a big deal. It's very unique. We don't see this in this country very often. We have military flyover shows with, through the air. That's cool. We have people that tour Navy ships and go on old, massive boats. We have them right here in Philadelphia. What was the one that we were giving tickets away for years in Camden, right? So, there's people that find this to be really cool. Mm-hmm. And I also think this is an advertisement. This is a flex from the United States government to say, we're back. We're back. We're no longer going to be pushed around. We're letting all of our adversaries know we've hit our recruiting goals. We're strengthening the military. The days of you flying spy balloons across our country, it's over. So to me, I get it. If you don't like the fact that it's Trump's birthday, I can't change that. But when you look at what the military stands for and what the Army and these people do, I mean, seriously, you're going to be agitated over $25 million for this, but then you had no issue when Doge discovered all these ridiculous programs. We're funding gender studies in Uganda to the tune of $40 million. Equity and diversity and all these other ridiculous endeavors. Your taxpayer dollars going to that. But the military, the Army specifically, can't get one parade. And it's not like it's the 139th year of the Army. It's the 250th, which also coincides next summer in 2026, July 4th specifically, the 250-year anniversary of our country. It's a one-off. All right, rant over. Dawn, your thoughts?
I just think that the media is choosing to focus on this particular parade, but just look at over the years. I mean, I was just, as you were speaking, just thinking, just doing searches of celebrations. Should we not celebrate? I mean, did we not celebrate? And I was looking back to 1976, celebrating 1776. Traditionally, our country has celebrated, these major milestones. So this one, the U.S. Army turning 250, but it's also kicking off next year. And so these are huge commemorations. Why can't we celebrate America?
Why is the media so anti-American? I mean, really? You don't want to. So CBS, by the way, nobody streams Paramount. The lowest. Go look at Paramount stock. They're a disaster. Nobody signs up for that ridiculous service. You're going to stick with minor league football, 48 hours. The only one I can understand justifiably is NBC with the U.S. Open, because they pay an unbelievable amount of money to have the broadcast rights of our national championship, which is what the U.S. Open is, for golf. And you dump all this on your streaming service, yet Fox News is going to carry it for 4 hours, and I'm assuming preempt. What time's Fela's show? Fela come on between 6 and 10, or is he later than that on a Saturday night?
Yeah, he's later.
He's later than that.
Yeah.
But all the people that are on from 6 to 10. I mean, it's a one-off. Now, if you want to talk about your tax dollars, okay, valid, justified. We all pay taxes. We all have the right to bitch about where the money goes. To me, though, when we talk about our military, I mean, we're in this ridiculous month of Pride Month. We went through the calendar a couple of days ago on this show, I think last week. So everything with your gender and your sexual orientation, we spend 150 days a year coming up with ridiculous days for how you identify. Yet the military gets ungats. And on top of it, I've always kind of had this opinion of the way we just discard our military and our vets. They don't make a ton of money. They risk their life for us. And when they come back, we have people that can't find jobs, can't get the health care they deserve, can't get the mental health treatment that they deserve. Remember that clip we played like a year or two ago with that vet in the car who was crying profusely? I just have a soft spot in my heart for our veterans. Yeah. And look, would I prefer not to be $40 million or $35 million? Of course. I'm consistent from the standpoint of I'm fiscally conservative. And I get it, if some of this is an ego stroke a little bit for Trump with his birthday, but I mean, you're not going to cover it. And then when you do, you're going to say, well, this is very North Korea-ish. This is what totalitarian regimes do. They're doing this to intimidate their citizens. Really? You think Trump wanted to send the Marines into L.A.? Remember yesterday, the article from Rolling Stone, a fascist fantasy. Trump gets to live out his dream of sending in the Marines to take over a city and a state that he's had a vendetta against for years. No, he had to send in the Marines because losers like Karen Bass and Gavin Newsom allow a select few to destroy blocks and blocks and blocks of the second largest city in the country. Businesses destroyed, vehicles lit on fire, officers assaulted, and I've got to hear mostly peaceful? Really? I'm not even surprised. I'm not surprised in the least bit that CBS, NBC, and ABC would not cover this, right? Now, let me ask you this. What if Kamala Harris had won the election and Kamala Harris said, we're going to celebrate the American military, the Army, and the nation for 250 years? Do you think they would cover this live on their channels, Channel 3, Channel 6, Channel 10, if the president was not Donald Trump? I think the odds of it happening are far better. Right?
Yeah. Full disclosure.
These networks.
Full disclosure. Here's my ticket. Lair Bear got the tickets.
Wait, you're going?
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, see, I'm not interested in going. I'll watch it for 15 minutes and then go to something else. But I mean, you got to put it on. You got to put it on these channels. for the Americans out there that want to watch this.
Yeah.
And I also would imagine
You're going to bring your pom-poms?
Maybe.
So
gross.
So how did you get tickets for this? How do you go for anybody? I mean, are tickets still? I'm sure there's people in this audience that would probably like to go.
Oh yeah, you can.
Are they available for purchase, or is that like a little comp, a little spiff that Larry Bear got?
No, well, Larry Bear got it, but and we have a conflict because it's senior week kicks off down the shore. So I have a teenager who's like, "What?
So
what
what
are
are we
these
gonna?
parties?"
What do you think we will report on Monday in your news at 6:05? Ridiculous acts of unlawfulness on the boardwalk at the shore, or some absurd protest that got out of line at the military celebration?
Yeah, I think things are. I mean, they've already, obviously they're staging the area there on Constitution Avenue and all of that. There's a lot of hoopla in D.C. As far as down the Jersey Shore, all of the municipalities have done a great job to try to lock out and lock down the Utes causing trouble. So especially in Wildwood and Sea Isle City.
Yeah.
As far as Ocean City, I know that they're beefing up, for the summer and this weekend and all that.
All right.
But yeah, you can go online. There are all kinds of sites. If you don't already have tickets, you can go, you can go online and it's the Grand Military Parade and Celebration. So you can go online and sign up for the ticket. You do have to get a ticket.
Okay.
It has a QR code.
All right. 855-839-1210 if you would like to join the show.
Yes, ipso facto is a great point. Why are you and Larry going to your son's senior week?
We're not. In other words, we're not. Larry got 4 tickets.
Oh.
Do you know what I'm saying? To go to D.C.
You wanted to.
The conflict is that David wants to be down the shore.
You wanted to fill your kid's head with propaganda.
The boys are like, you know what, Mom? I'm going to pass.
Let them go to senior week and get laid. That's way more. That's way more. That's way more.
Children.
That's way more impactful than watching.
They are saving themselves from marriage, Greg Stocker.
Goose stepping in DC.
I mean, I'm all for the celebration, but if I was 18 again, actually, you know what? Even at 41, if I was invited to if David wants to invite me to senior week right now, I'll come. I'll get laid too.
You would be the creepy older guy, and you're married.
Can you imagine?
Yeah,
hey, ladies.
Yeah, he'd be to like teenage girls.
Alex Soros and I scooping up 48-year-old blondes.
Yeah. Nick will be going after their divorced moms, like they're wealthy.
Hey, ladies.
Wealthy divorced moms.
You ever hear of 1210 WPHT? I'm that morning dude.
What? AM? What is that? That's a time of morning, isn't it?
Exactly.
Kristen, help us out. Just beat him over the head.
We're beyond help. Cut sheets coming up next, but first a word from our friends at Piazza, and we are talking about Acura. I was an Acura owner for 10 years. Loved my little old ILX back in the day, but we've got some exciting news from our friends at Piazza Auto Group because Acura has just been named America's best value luxury brand in Kelley Blue Book's 2025 Consumer Choice Awards. That means top performance, cutting-edge technology, and unmistakable style. I've always said that about Acura, right? Like if you don't want to go to that BMW, Mercedes price level, Acura is a beautiful sweet spot that really kicks off the luxury line. All long-term value that you can trust. The value in these Acuras, incredible. From the sporty Integra to the all-new ADX, which my wife has been eyeing up for a while, Acura delivers more for your drive and more for your dollar. Visit Piazza Acura in Ardmore, Reading, or my location in Westchester. Shop online anytime at piazzaacura.com.
I'm going right into this.
Yeah, let's get into it. What the hell?
Do it.
The cut sheet.
I said,
and by the way, your wife deserves that vehicle after all the, stuff you say.
My wife deserves a Medal of Valor.
By the way, if you heard me chuckle while Nick was reading the Piazza spot, Tom on YouTube says, "My name is Nick and I can buy beer."
Anybody need the identification?
Oh, God. What's on the cut sheet on this Thursday? All right, let's, since you want to do the Trump parade, or the military parade.
Yes.
Let's hear from Rand Paul, shall we? Since you guys used to like Rand Paul, and I guess
like Rand Paul.
Now that he's saying this, nobody likes him anymore. Cut 8, Phil.
Thoughts on the parade that's going to take place? Some Democrats are saying it's a waste of money.
Yeah. Never been a big fan of goose-stepping soldiers in big tanks and missiles rolling down the street. So if you ask me, I wouldn't have done it. I'm not sure what the actual expense of it is, but I'm not really, we were always different than, the images you saw of the Soviet Union and North Korea. We were proud not to be that. And I'm not proposing that that's the image people want to project, but I'm worried about the image, that it isn't necessarily the best image to show.
I mean, everything he said there is 100% correct. Everything he said.
But you know
because
what?
he knows. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Because I think we're going to say he knows how the media is going to portray it. He knows that when you see all the tanks and whatever, the media is never going to say what we've said all morning, and what you said earlier, that in fact we've had a huge problem with recruitment and military recruitment. And seriously, a few years ago, we were talking about that this was a threat to national security because that's how low the recruitment was.
Mm-hmm.
So it's also important for national security, quite frankly. They'll never talk about that in the media. They'll say, look, we look like a bunch of commies.
Well, if it was up to Rand Paul, the government would never spend $1. I mean, I'm fiscally conservative, but this guy he doesn't want to spend a dime on anything. But also, we talked about the advertisement and the flex that I mentioned by the military. You know what we've had to deal with for 5 years now? That masculinity is a negative thing. That it's toxic masculinity. You know what guys like? You know what dudes like?
Not parades.
They like big tanks.
They don't like parades.
They like guns. They like artillery. They like weaponry. You can be anti-war and still say, boy, you know what? Pretty cool to see some of these vehicles up close and personal. Because the last time I checked, you don't get the opportunity to go see these things up close and feel what that's
right.
like, right? I'm just so tired of the authoritarian, totalitarian fascism. Oh, I'm so sick of it. Threats to democracy, Hitler. Shut up. Nobody likes you. Go away. Just go. Leave. Leave the country if you don't like it. Leave. Nobody's advocating for war. Oh, God. Remember when you were a kid? You'd get the little military tank and the trucks. That's what dudes like. If you want to go get your toes done, go get your toes done. You don't have to enjoy it. Go get Alex Soros's glasses. Go paint your fingernails. Do whatever you got to do. Dye your hair purple. I don't care. If you don't like it, don't watch. If you don't want to go, don't buy the ticket. Oh, God. A bunch of little girly dudes in this country now. Just leave. Go live with Rosie O'Donnell. Get out of my country.
By the way, Rand Paul did say that did you see this? He was uninvited to the annual White House picnic.
Yep. And I like Rand Paul. I like Rand Paul on a lot of things.
He's an independent voice.
He's not dead to me because of this. He's allowed to disagree.
It's funny when I say things, everybody's like, but when Rand Paul says, it's like, oh, we can all disagree. We can all disagree.
We can disagree
Shut
with
up.
you. You're allowed your opinion.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, that was good. That might have to replace this one.
Turn it off.
Or no, that's the wrong one. I hit the wrong button. Yeah, there it is. Fat fingered it.
Fat fingers.
Yeah, I need bigger buttons in here.
I think Rand Paul was uninvited because he stirred that pot and fueled the thing with Elon last week. He was not helpful.
Yeah, well,
he was an instigator.
Yeah.
In case any of you were wondering, Terry Moran gave an update on his Twitter.
Oh well,
I was wondering if he was going to get a new gig. I've been going through Moran withdrawal.
By the way, this has gotten like millions and millions of views. So people,
good for him.
Yeah.
Roll this.
Hello, everyone. I'm Terry Moran, and for almost 28 years.
All right, stop it for a second.
God, it sounds so staged.
I hate when people do these videos in front of their bookshelves. Like,
I know.
Yes, these are the books that I have read.
Yeah.
You've read none of them, okay? These books were given to you, and you put them up on the shelves. You have no idea what's up there.
Yeah.
But people do it to make themselves look smart.
Yeah, I'm tired of the bookshelf zoom background thing. You want to put your degree up on a wall, a little man cave, but enough with the books.
And bro, like, stop with the crisp white collared shirts. Like, you know.
Who dresses like that in their casual time? I mean, I don't even dress up when I come to work.
It's true.
These people look like they're going to a Brooks Brothers and they're sitting at home.
You're a slob.
I am. I'm a mess.
And that's coming from me. All right, roll this.
Hello, everyone. I'm Terry Moran. And for almost 28 years, I was a reporter and anchor for ABC News. And as you may have heard, I'm not there anymore. I'm here with you on Substack, this amazing space, and I can't wait to get at it, to get at the important work that we all have to do in this time of such trouble for our country. I'm going to be reporting and interviewing and just sharing with you and hoping to hear from you as well. So it'll be a few days, maybe a little bit longer. Got to get some stuff sorted out, but can't wait to see you. Thanks.
There you go. I always love when millionaire news anchors tell us about the troubles of the world that they don't have to live on a daily basis, that they're oblivious to. It's going to be a little while, but I'll land on my feet.
Got to get some stuff together?
He has to get some stuff together,
Okay.
you know.
Yeah.
He has to get some stuff together. I mean,
Translate that for us, Don. What does that mean? He's got to talk to his agent and see if News Nation's interested in him?
I don't know. It's like, what's holding you back, dude?
Well, he's on Substack.
Oh, well, get working.
Next thing you know, he'll have a podcast.
Yeah.
He'll be doing a show on YouTube.
Oh, yeah. Well,
he'll be writing a book.
That podcast group, Midas Touch, that overtook Joe Rogan.
Yeah.
They said, "Do you want to come work for us?" So like, he already has job offers.
Okay.
Which you wonder. I said this the other day, and I believe this to be true. His contract was set to expire anyway.
Yep.
And I believe that they were just like, we don't really, you know what I mean? And contract negotiations were not going well, so he kind of blew himself up.
You think he had another gig already secured?
No. I think that he knew that he was not going to continue with ABC, so he tweeted that, as Dawn pointed out, at like 2:00 in the morning or something like that.
Yeah.
Maybe or maybe not, had a few cocktails. I don't know.
A couple of martinis.
Just speculating on
He
that
looks like a
one,
martini kind of guy.
Yeah.
By the way, martini's underrated.
Oh, it's a hideous drink.
I've actually gotten into them lately.
No.
Dirty. Like them very dirty.
Yeah, I bet you do. There was a hearing yesterday on the Pentagon budget where Lindsey Graham was talking to Pete Hegseth about Ukraine, about Putin. Speaking of wars, this is 6, Phil. Is Putin going to stop in Ukraine? The Warhawks back at it again. Roll this.
Is Putin going to stop in Ukraine?
I don't believe he is, sir. I think he'll
What do you
go
think?
until
What do you think, Secretary? Is he going to stop?
remains to be seen, Senator.
Well, he says he's not. This is the 30s all over. It doesn't remain to be seen. He tells everybody around what he wants to do.
Look how excited he is.
Are you familiar with his military buildup in terms of armaments? It's well beyond what we need to do to take Ukraine. Listen, I think I like what you're doing. I just think we got to get this stuff right.
There you go.
Lindsey Graham likes two things: dudes and war.
We don't know if he likes dudes. We're just speculating.
Just a guess on my part. I'm just so tired of this guy. Like, look how excited he gets over war. I don't feel like there's a ton of those, old Bush Guard war hawk Republicans left in the party. You could probably go through a handful and see how their voting history is on certain things, what they're willing to fund, what they don't want to fund. But that guy, if that guy left the Republican Party today, I would throw a parade for $25 million. I just makes my skin crawl. Almost like Gavin Newsom.
I just ask that the next war that Lindsey Graham wants to get us in, is that he has to go over there and serve.
Yeah, you go fight, tough guy.
Yeah, seriously, because God knows he has no kids.
Yeah.
So they're not impacted. Because I guess he's saving himself for marriage. just trying to find that special gal. Lindsay is. Lindsay's trying to find that special gal.
Yeah.
So he can settle down.
Her name is Tim Scott.
Stop.
Oh God, there's just people in this party that drive me insane. Lindsey Graham is one of them.
Yeah.
Lindsey Graham is one of them. And Hegseth sitting there. This is a serious conversation, right?
Yeah.
And Kane was there first, and then Hegseth, and they're taking this very seriously. And they're also in a tough spot because Trump is trying to obviously negotiate and broker peace and get this Russia-Ukraine deal settled. You've got everything going on now with Israel and Iran. You mentioned earlier, closer than ever to nuclear war. I don't know how I feel necessarily about that. I feel like, I've been hearing about nuclear war, just like I've been hearing about, Social Security is going to go away and global warming becomes climate change. But it does feel like we are at a point now where 3 massive conflicts, it is kind of, not to mention what's going on here in this country.
Yeah. I mean, look, there's a lot of people, there's a lot of politicians with their itchy trigger fingers that are ready to declare war.
Oh, yeah.
So,
speaking of Putin, though, you look at this, that one of the headlines is more than 1 million casualties on the Russian side, the estimate. And a lot of this you can just weigh for yourself because some of it's from Ukrainian news agencies. But we heard Trump say 5,000 for both sides a week, but they're saying Russia, 1,200 casualties per day.
Unbelievable.
Wow. So the willingness to sacrifice these soldiers, not a popular war in Russia.
We'll have more from the protests that they spread all over the country, New York, Seattle. They're not just Los Angeles. We'll have all the scenes from there coming up next.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, hours may vary by location. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano with big news. Rescue's Natural Supplements is rolling back the clock. And prices. That's right, the supplements you trust at prices you haven't seen in over a decade. Plus, they're offering a massive 33% off on top of already discounted 2010 rollback pricing. That's every product, omega-3s, probiotics, joint support, everything. Prices roll back to get you ready for summer. Just use that code WELLNESS at checkout for 33% off your entire order on Rescue single bottles. To order, call a Rescue product consultant, 800-26-ALIVE. That's 800-262-5483. Or shop online by visiting res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Feel better, get active, turn back the clock with Rescue's 2010 pricing. Wellness, WELLNESS for 33% off on top of the 2010 rollback pricing. Get healthy, get saving at res-q.com. Do it today.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
At Citizens, we know when you're into something, you seek out advice. We all do. When you're into fitness, you got a trainer.
Another 12 reps. Let's go.
Wellness, a meditation expert.
And breathe.
And a stylist when you realized fuchsia wasn't your color.
That's so you.
So, what about advice for your money? From making a plan to reaching your goals, Citizens has the guidance you've been looking for all along. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at your local branch or online at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Hey, Royers Ford, remember to tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
Oh, yeah. Kayal and Company 801 as the cut sheet continues on this Thursday morning.
Karen Bass says city employees cannot clean all the destruction in downtown Los Angeles and says the public needs to help to chip in to beautify the city ahead of the World Cup. Because we remember, Nick Kayal, Dawn Stanslin, we remember that California only cares about beautifying that city, whether it's Los Angeles or San Francisco, when big events happen.
Oh, yeah, when the city's on full display nationally,
yes.
like the Super Bowl 4 years ago. It's amazing. Gavin Newsom's spent 20 years trying to figure out how to solve the homelessness issue in California and San Francisco and Los Angeles. And then when the Super Bowl comes to town, they clear it out in 9 minutes.
Or when they hosted China.
Yes,
Yeah.
yep,
China.
yep, that's what I mean.
But I thought it was mostly peaceful.
Especially of the graffiti
Oh, yes.
that is just blanketing a number of blocks has been extensive. We are 1 year away from the World Cup. This is about beautifying our city and bringing our city together. And so I am calling on business leaders, community leaders, faith leaders to come together downtown in the next few days to talk about how we are going to clean up the city. Obviously, city workers are already out there removing the graffiti, but this is so extensive it's going to take community-wide involvement. We had launched a program called Shine LA a couple of months ago in preparation for the World Cup, and now we are called on to direct that citywide. We need people from all over the city to come to downtown and to help with this effort.
I said this a few days ago. I thought Brandon Johnson might be the worst mayor in America. I can't imagine how her approval rating could actually be higher than Brandon Johnson's in Chicago. Brandon Johnson's was at 7% at one point. She should be at like 3%. Who elected this lady? How did people arrive at the conclusion and say, that's what I want in my city? Good Lord. I was thinking about it again last night. Stalker, I guess somebody put out the clip of our Mexican mother from that was here since 1980. She's 45, and she had the the bike helmet on and the goggles and the leaf blower. I'm thinking, those are the only people that vote for people like Karen Bass. Two absolutely horrific events in your jurisdiction, we'll call it, in less than 5 months. Between the wildfires and this. How can she be reelected?
Yeah.
How?
She will be.
And by the way, if it was so peaceful and really nothing to see here, then why do they need help with the cleanup? Why they've been cleaning? They started cleaning up 2 days ago. What happened then? Well, because that's when Trump sent in the some forces, and boom, it was over. I mean, it just. All of the violence, the fires, the graffiti, everything stopped when the arrests began and when you had the National Guard beefed up and then the Marines move in.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you're a resident, I don't know how you don't look around and go, well, you know what? When Trump sent in these forces, the protesting and the damage and all of that stopped.
You know what I would also love to know is, now that these protests have stopped in Los Angeles, but they're going on in other cities, I wonder how many people were there in Los Angeles rioting and looting and protesting mostly peacefully. I wonder how many of them are in another city now. They're like a musical act. They just tour the country from one city to the next. Because I believe a lot of these people are paid protesters.
Well, that's my point about that. Because who, in all seriousness, who has the time and the who can afford to just sit there for days and protest?
It's the same people that are spending their day on TikTok telling us what they're angry about while they sit in their passenger seat of their car.
This is 12, Phil. The mayor also said that the looting in the Nike stores, we saw the looting in the Nike stores, that was actually provoked by the White House. So all these people that were looting all these stores because, they protest whatever, but they also need them kicks.
Right.
Roll this.
A week ago, everything was peaceful in the city of Los Angeles and in all of the representatives behind me in their cities as well. Things began to be difficult on Friday when raids took place, and it's important that I begin there because that is the cause of the problems that have happened in the city of Los Angeles and other cities. This was provoked by the White House. The reason why, we don't know.
We don't know. Of course we know.
Yes, we do know.
We know because they were burning cars and throwing rocks at police officers. That's why.
This is where her argument crumbles because, in fact, in other places like New York City, for example, you know why they didn't have this level of assault on law enforcement or citywide burnings and that sort of thing and unrest? Because nobody else allowed it to happen. They shut it down. In New York City, they had more arrests initially, but they didn't allow it.
Yeah. We didn't have it here?
No, we didn't have it here.
Yep.
We had a ton of people arrested over the weekend and last week. Nobody put up with it.
That's right.
So they were allowed.
Streaming live on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. I see the amount of people watching and I see the amount of likes, and I don't like that. So make sure you hit the like button. Even if you don't stay, just get on over to YouTube, hit the like and subscribe buttons, and then go about your day to listen.
Get off.
Get on the Odyssey app or 1210 WPHT. This happened yesterday, and I'm sure the media is going to have a field day with this. The LAPD is reporting that an accident involving a federal agent, apparently an ICE agent, appearing to have hit a vehicle of people who claim to actually be U.S. citizens. So this video is courtesy of ABC7. Roll this.
Now out of Boyle Heights, where we're learning about a crash that was involving federal agents. Scott Reif, you're live overhead with all the details from Air 7.
Yeah, Colleen, according to the LAPD Hollenbeck Division, this incident here occurred about 11 o'clock right here at Whittier Boulevard in Calzona in Boyle Heights, involving a federal agent. Now, we believe there's video showing it's an ICE agent, and they fled the scene. According to initial reports, that's what we believe happened. Hollenbeck Division is even saying they're investigating this possibly as an assault with a deadly weapon. So there's still a lot to find out, a lot of details to confirm. But it appears from what we have is that possibly an ICE agent was involved in an accident here, and they fled the scene. LAPD Hollenbeck Division are the ones who are investigating.
I'm sure they would love to pin this one on ICE, right?
Well,
pin
now,
this on the feds.
The headline. Let me just read this headline.
I'm a citizen.
Is ICE now taking part in hit and runs when they accidentally pull over legal citizens by running into their vehicles, all attempting to find and deport undocumented immigrants?
I don't know if this person in this vehicle was trying to prevent ICE from getting from point A to point B. Could be possible. If that's the case, good. You deserve what you get. Get out of their way. And we wouldn't be in this situation if the last administration didn't open up the border for 15 million people. This is not Trump or ICE's fault. This is Trump and ICE trying to correct the wrong from the previous administration. ABC 7, Chopper Cam. By the way, that guy sounded like he was broadcasting in 1981. Did you hear him? We're high above 57 here in Los Angeles in the
So I want to preface these by playing this Harry Enton CNN piece. Cut 4 here. This is so apparently, according to CNN, and somebody commented yesterday, like, let me play CNN. Let me play CNN. I don't want to play CNN. The reason we play it is because it's interesting that even CNN now has to admit these poll numbers. That's why we play it. You guys are giving credence to CNN.
Harry Enton delivers a lot of good polling numbers on behalf of the Trump administration. That's why I'm playing it.
No, I'm not having a stroke.
Your tongue was actually really out to the right there.
It really was. I was just trying to demonstrate the smooth brains who always comment on YouTube. Legal immigrants support what's happening by 40 points.
Yes.
Roll this.
Start off on the fact that immigrant citizens, immigrant voters, foreign-born voters have gone tremendously to the right on this issue in 2024 and 2025 versus where they were in 2020. Closest to or trust more in immigration. You go back to 2020. Democrats, get this, held a 32-point lead on this issue. Immigrant voters were in the Democratic camp. Jump forward to 2024, 2025. Look at that shift, a 40-point shift to the right among immigrant voters. Republicans now lead on this issue by 8 points over Democrats, more so than any other group that I could find. The group of voters who became more hawkish on immigration were in fact immigrants themselves, immigrants who are registered to vote in this country.
So that's on that issue. How about how they feel about kind of traditionally, historically about Donald Trump?
Yeah.
So
you see this
give me some sort of bad news here. Come on.
underneath.
Kate's so angry.
Well, take a look, Donald Trump. You remember when he first ran back in 2016. Immigrant voters are one of his weakest spots. But look at this. Trump's vote share in presidential elections among, again, immigrant citizens, those who are registered to vote. Look at this. In 2016, he got 36% of the vote. You go to 2020, 39% of the vote. Look at this. In 2024, all the way up to 47% of the vote. Some polls I looked at had him barely losing that vote. Some polls I looked at had him barely winning that vote. Again, there is no block of voters that shifted more to the right from 2020 to 2024 than immigrant voters, and Donald Trump, at least in some surveys, actually won that vote. On average, it's about equal. So there may be all this stuff, right, about undocumented immigrants and Trump being harsh on them, but immigrant voters themselves have increasingly liked Donald Trump and have increasingly moved to the right on immigration and into the Republican camp.
Wow.
Holy cow.
Yeah, holy cow. So if you came here legally, properly, South America, Europe, Asia, the Middle East, even these individuals look at the illegals and they say, get out, do your thing, Trump. The only people raising a stink about this are the Democrats, the legacy media, and white liberal women in their 50s and 60s. That's it. That's it.
They know this. What?
Nothing.
They know this, and that's why they, for example, they held a rally recently in Norristown and Montgomery County. They know that in our region, we've talked about the poll numbers here, the same numbers that he has as far as the previous election. And so in November. So what's happening here is they're trying their best to try to flip that back or garner support within the legal immigrant community.
Yeah.
It's just not happening.
Yep.
Speaking of that, because Nick, when you were off on Tuesday, we played some legal immigrants who were appalled by what has gone on.
I believe it.
This is another woman. She legally immigrated to America and rips illegal aliens who invade the United States.
Oh, yeah. She's from Pakistan.
And by the way, would.
Yeah.
No,
would not.
Wow, come on.
Yeah, it's all yours, bro.
Yeah, she wouldn't.
I'll go to the military
How
parade.
dare you?
I'll go to the military parade. You can have this chick.
How dare you?
It's gross.
I'm going to the shore with Dawn's boys.
You're not going anywhere near my boys.
I'm going to corrupt David.
Wow. All right, roll this.
It's really not that hard to be a legal immigrant. Get your paperwork. Earn your citizenship. Stop feeling entitled. I have seen gangs take over the roads in my old country in Pakistan, and what I saw in LA, those videos are much more scary and disturbing. This is bad. These are criminal gangs. They're waving the Mexican flag because they think they have a right to. They want to take back this land. They want to take it, and they don't think they need paperwork. They don't want a lawful system where you need paperwork. Well, guess what? Half the immigrants voted against the Democrats. We don't want to move to a country run by Mexicans. We moved to a United States of America, okay? We don't want to move to a country where the mayor has gone to Africa at the time when her city is burning, and then she fires the fire chief for speaking out and saying, we've been asking for help for 3 years and she didn't get it. Karen Bass and Gavin Newsom are a major disappointment. As for all of those idiots saying, oh, this is like you supporting this is you being Nazi Germany. No, you thinking that these illegal criminals with bricks throwing weapons at police officers, these people who want to do the wrong thing, and you think you're nice because you're supporting someone who's doing illegal things, you're supporting the erasure of law and order, of documentation, you're a moron. And you're really cruel to compare these illegal criminals to Jews and what happened to them in Nazi Germany. The entire concept is backward. It's all going to break down. This is reverse colonization gone off the handle. This is anti-racist racism against white people. And this is erasure of legal immigration. The Democrats are just, I can't even listen to them anymore because they have removed the word illegal. They keep saying immigrant, immigrant. How stupid does anyone have to be to fall for them? Shame on them. Shame on the New York Times. Shame on all of these people covering. Shame on NPR for lying.
Yeah.
NPR, we're watching you. You're lying.
Defund them.
Maybe NPR needs a TikTok account so they can actually watch what's actually happening.
Yeah. Yeah, suck it, NPR. Take that, PBS. Even short-haired chick from Pakistan thinks you're bogus.
Boom.
Yeah, still wouldn't, but great take.
By the way, everybody in the YouTube chat agrees with you, Nick.
Yeah, I don't know what you're seeing today. You
look,
take your pills this morning?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you know what the weird flex of all of this is? These individuals come from Mexico, specifically Mexico I'm talking about here. I'm not talking about any other country, but Mexico, because of the Mexican flag being waved. So you hated it so much in Mexico that you came to the United States illegally. And then when you got here, you waved the Mexican flag.
Yep.
If I was anti-Mexico or fleeing a nation and reaching my destination, I wouldn't wave the previous nation's flag.
Well, this happened. The construction workers. Look at this. This is cut 11, Phil. If you want to grab this, this is just. I'm just going to play the visual here. The construction workers around the country, you can play it, are putting up Mexican flags at construction sites.
Hey, this guy thinks he just landed on the moon.
Look at this. Oh. Look at this. Arizona.
Wow.
Connecticut.
Yeah,
Connecticut, of course.
But my question is, if they're putting up that flag,
Illinois,
are they legal? Are
Florida.
they union members? Are they in the union? And are they legal citizens? Because otherwise, what that tells me is, are some of these sites hiring non-union individuals for cheaper, thus undermining union workers?
Thank you.
Union employees, right?
Of course. Yep. Absolutely.
So,
and by the way, guys, like this is not a when you do business with these fly-by-night companies that hire illegals for pennies on the dollar because it's cheaper for them.
Yep,
you're getting shoddy work. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
I'm telling you. You can sit here and poo-poo on unions, all union thugs, blah 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 blah. But at least you're getting quality work for them.
Sure,
honestly.
And a lot of the illegals.
I'm pro construction union. Like all those guys are just like they want. They want everything that we want.
Yeah. And the illegal workers that come here, they come here seasonally.
Yeah.
I mentioned it with the landscaping. They come in March, and then they leave by Halloween, and then they're gone. And they don't get taxed. They go home. They bring all their money to their family, and then they're back again in March.
Now, by the way, like down the Jersey Shore, they get the Russians, and they get different people from all over for workers. Eastern European, but they're on a special visa. So you can come here legally on a special visa, but even though some of my relatives might not, like the wives are like, no Russian girls. But that's a whole other story. But they'll
Well, I prefer Russian girls over Pakistani girls.
Oh,
let me tell you something.
How dare you.
If you could do a reality show on what's going on down the Jersey Shore with some of these students on the J1 visas, it would be a heck of a reality show.
Interesting.
I'm just saying.
The Russian broads love vodka, man. A little Stoli.
Yeah, look, I really believe that, like, it's easy to see, and somebody was in the YouTube chat earlier saying that, like, unions are against competition and that, they blah, 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 blah. Like, you can say that all you want, but, like, union workers are your brethren. You know what I mean? Like these are people that voted for Trump. These are people that just, want a good wage to do the hard work that they do. By the way, when you're a roofer at 18 and you're in a union, it's all gravy. When you're 50 and you're still trying to be a roofer, competing with 18-year-olds, you need that union because you can't do that for the rest of your life. You know what I mean? So I never understood this. The conservatives, like, poo-pooing unions and everything like that. Yeah, yes, I agree. There are people like teachers unions and stuff like that that keep bad people employed that shouldn't be because they have a union. But that's when you're talking construction workers and all that stuff, those are, you're getting quality work.
Yeah. Salt of the earth people too.
This roofing company in Key West, he's the owner. He's a Trump voter. ICE detained 6 of his employees. So when we talk about this, who these people are employing, this video courtesy of NBC out of Florida. Roll this.
Vincent Scardina is the owner of the roofing company where they worked. He's owned it 37 years.
It's going to be really hard to replace those guys.
Says losing these 6 men is losing a third of his workers.
Wow. We're not able in Key West to just replace people as easily as, say, a big city. Very limited people to pull from. And then you would have to train them. And that takes sometimes years.
But for Vincent, it's much more than that.
It's financially as well as emotionally. So it takes a toll. You get to know these guys. You become their friends, just not an employer, but a friend. And you see what happens to their family. It's quite a shock.
Given his support for the president, we asked what he would tell the commander-in-chief if he had a chance.
What happened here? This situation is just totally, just blatantly not at all what they said it was.
Vincent, you voted for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
While he agrees with most of the president's policies, he thought the Trump administration was going to focus solely on deporting criminals. It seems immigration officials, he says, are just trying to meet quotas now.
Buyer's remorse.
I'm guessing he didn't use ZipRecruiter to get his 6 of his 18 employees there. But he's got it wrong. Homan said this was going to happen. We are going to begin with the most violent, illegal criminals, and we are going to work our way down, get the biggest threats in society off the street, and then go down to the lesser threats. Like your roofers, maybe not a threat, maybe they haven't committed a crime while they are here, but they committed a crime by coming here illegally. They're the lowest on the pecking order, they're the lowest on the priority list, but they are also going to be apprehended. They said this was coming. We played the clips multiple times. That's a you problem, sir. Higher, better. Sorry. And by the way, it's fine. You can agree with most Trump's policies, but this one is the number one policy that most Americans are on board with.
I have to say, this is my favorite video of the day, and it would have made Fight Club, but Fight Club coming up at 9:10, by the way, is extraordinary today. It was submitted by our friend Adur. But this one is, I don't know if you saw this, Nick. Nick, out of everybody, will appreciate this one. This is a protester who threw a can at a cop in Los Angeles. So it's one of these thugs that throws a can at a cop in Los Angeles. Wait till you see what a bystander does to this. This is cut 25, Phil. Roll this. Watch. Watch the guy on the right. See, he throws a can. Watch this guy. Oh, look at that.
Oh,
spear!
Goldberg!
Spear!
That was a Roman Reigns spear.
He speared him.
Can we go back? Just kill the
Awesome tackle.
Kill the audio.
Watch
I just
this.
want to watch
Yeah.
the spear.
Look at this. YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT.
Was he flashing gang signs?
Look at
him.
him. Right at him and watch it. Yeah!
Oh,
yeah!
Look at that. Yeah.
So people are speculating online that this guy was an undercover cop.
Nah.
He definitely played football. Look at it, his head position.
Oh, dude,
like,
that
definitely
is
a football player.
Well, I was just going to say, we
from
should
high school.
analyze, did he use good tackling form?
He did.
Roll it again.
Look at.
Roll it again, Phil.
Yeah, let's bring back the last few seconds. I don't know if Phil can do like a slow-mo, like we're breaking down the game on Here Comes
YouTube.com.
Boom, boom.
Oh, look, that is great form.
Yeah.
Although,
well, the head's down.
I was
Could be
gonna
a neck injury.
I was going to say
that's what
that.
they teach you to do, though.
No, head up. Got to keep your head up. Can't tackle what you can't see.
Yeah, his head was down, which
Yeah.
when he tackles him, he goes straight down almost. Watch.
Oh, you're right.
See, look at that.
And then he drove him into the ground. In college, that's a 15-yard penalty. You can't drive them into the ground.
Right.
Got to protect the quarterbacks.
That
right?
is an amazing. That dude is my hero.
Yeah.
By the way, what do you think that was? Was that a Bud Light lime he threw? Look at that. It was a green. Might be a-
Look at it. Yeah.
I just love that guy.
F around, find out, bud.
Yeah.
Look at that.
We need to take that. Newman Price needs to dub in like a UFC announcer or a WWE announcer.
Now we need Jim Ross.
Yes.
Spear.
Boom.
Wow.
Look at that.
And he got shot too.
And
So
watch.
he's
And-
getting pelted with whatever and then gets speared.
And he moves right out of the way too to let the officers come in there and just dismantle that piece of garbage.
Honorary ICE agent for that citizen?
Oh, dude, that is my favorite video of the day.
But the funny thing is when the tackler, when the Good Samaritan,
Yep.
he rolls away.
Mhm.
You'll notice he puts his hands up like this properly
Yes.
to let those law enforcement
Absolutely.
officers know, like, I'm no threat. I'm just trying to help here.
Yep.
Yes, indeed.
It's amazing.
Smart.
It's amazing.
Good job out of him. Maybe we can get him a deal with Bucks County Estate Traders. We'll take him for some furniture. How about that? Good work.
He deserves it. He deserves it.
Because I'm sure he's tired of cheap, mass-produced junk.
Yeah.
So we'll send him to Bucks County Estate Traders, where he could take a look at their showroom that has 16,000 pieces of high-end furniture. Brands like Stickley, Baker, and Henredon, the kind of quality craftsmanship that stands the test of time, and you can save thousands compared to new retail prices. No matter your style, classic, modern, rustic, traditional, you're going to find stunning pieces that fit today's homes. Whether you're furnishing your living or dining room, home office, or even a man cave, Bucks County Estate Traders, they have it all. And unlike the big box stores, if you see something you love, you can take it home the same day. Every piece has a QR code which displays the details instantly, and their expert staff is the best in the business. No pushy salespeople. You won't want to spear anybody. They're straight shooters who know their stuff. Check out their website and call ahead. They'll have the pieces you want ready to show you. Visit buckscountyestatetraders.com or stop by their showroom in Hatfield and tell them Nick Kayal sent you.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
At Wells Fargo, we know what got you into your business. Whether it's manufacturing, running a restaurant, or your business from home. What you didn't get into your business for was banking. But luckily, Wells Fargo offers business checking, payments, and lending all in one place, in your neighborhood and on our app, so you can focus on doing what you love. Wells Fargo, you're good at business, we're good at business banking. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/business. Terms apply. Wells Fargo Bank and a member FDIC.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs, with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Free speech lives here with Don Stensland, 10 till noon on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
8:31, Kayal and Company, Fight Club, 40 minutes from now. as the cut sheet rolls on this Thursday.
YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe buttons while you're there. You can see all of these videos that we're playing here. Follow along at home, or when you get to your workplace, wherever that is, you can watch it back. You can watch it back. YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. This woman has a mental breakdown because people are going about their normal lives and not talking about the Los Angeles ICE raids. So people, again, Nick Kayal, are very, very upset that...
Oh, she's a returning guest on the cut sheet. We've seen her before.
We have. So she's somebody who likes to, I guess, sit at her kitchen table maybe and post ranting videos. So you like it? We will oblige with you, lady. Roll it.
I'm so done. I'm done. I'm back from my little break ski because I'm just so done. I don't want to see you go to Malibu Farmers Market on a Sunday morning. I don't want to see you go to Rodeo driving by a bunch of...
All right, we got to pause this. A couple of things. One, she apparently took a break. She wanted to let everybody know that she is back. But secondly, it's hard to tell because it's the reverse angle. And first of all, it looks like she's been crying for a while. Her eyes look a little out of it. Mm-hmm. So definitely a mental health issue here. But if you put her back in the box, Phil, she's wearing an Eagles sweatshirt, it looks like.
Yes, my friend, you are correct.
Is that Eagles?
It does look like...
Is that ELG?
Hang on.
Yes.
Phil, if you go back and forth without the sound like you just did, rewind back, you can see her.
This is the best way to consume her. Muted and just going in rewind. That is an Eagles sweatshirt.
It is, yeah.
I wonder if she's local.
I don't know. I'm not sure. If you're local and you hate listen to 1210 WPHT, please call in. I would love to hear from you.
Happy to have her on the show.
Yeah. Phil, can you start over since we're not going to be able to sync this up anymore?
A lot of vacation coming up this summer. Yep. We're going to need bodies.
Roll it.
Wake up. Wake the up. How are you?
Oh wait, hang on. I didn't do it right. Start over again. Ready, go.
I'm so done. I'm done. I'm back from my little break ski because I'm just so done. I don't want to see you go to Malibu Farmers Market on a Sunday morning. I don't want to see you go to Rodeo driving by a bunch of right now. Are you kidding me? Wake up. Wake the up. How are you supporting these influencers? Seriously, I need to ask you a question. If you support an influencer specifically who lives in LA right now and you were just supporting them going about their normal daily business, their day-to-day, their pastries and their coffee and their Pilates yoga, what the actual families are being ripped apart just based on the color of their skin. Just because these officers who are pretending to be ICE, no one actually knows who they are because they're just masked and in God knows what clothes, are taking them because they deemed that they don't belong here. But you're okay. You're at Pilates. You're at the farmer's market. You're doing great. God forbid you said a thing. But no, all of your followers think that you're a Kamala supporter because...
She's single, ladies. Or
but you're not.
Dudes.
Crazy.
And you never have been. And if you don't speak out... you are a person too.
Wow.
Not only are you a Trump supporter, you're just a person. Do not follow influencers who are not speaking.
I think this
do not support influencers who are not doing the right thing.
I think this
I have
person
to make this exact same video every couple months because you idiots are still out here.
All right, hang on a second. I think this person hate tweets us.
Oh, really?
Are you sure?
I don't know. There's a person who I believe is female that hate tweets all of us all the time. And doesn't tag any of us, just kind of takes screenshots of what we do and says what awful people we all are.
Right.
I would bet it's this person.
Interesting. Now, she's saying farmers markets, right?
Yeah.
They have those in California? Or is that just the East Coast thing?
No, they're all over the country,
Okay.
farmers markets.
Yeah, I didn't know if that was, yeah.
First of all, who started that? They talk like this.
It's the
like
vocal fry.
Pilates,
The vocal fry thing.
and
Yeah.
who started that?
I don't know.
Whole thing?
They get firing squad too.
It's so annoying though.
It just shows you when someone speaks like that, they are a follower. This is not someone who thinks for herself or themselves. And so she says, talking like this, I'm going to your Pilates. It's like, hey, woman, you're crazy.
Yeah.
You are really crazy.
There's no doubt if she was married at one point that the husband went out for a loaf of bread and milk and never came back. Right?
By the way, Dawn, we were we're speculating she's local because of her Eagle sweatshirt that she's wearing.
Yeah, so
That's
maybe.
why I'm guessing. That's why I'm guessing that.
She's trolling us.
All right, keep it there. 28 seconds, Phil. Let's try and match it up. Roll it.
Because you idiots are still out here being like, well, I think they voted for Kamala. If you did not specifically say, I hate Trump, I don't support Trump, you say it with your heart if you feel it. Anybody who does not support Trump
She's crazy,
has no
man.
problem saying it with their heart, okay? Just listen. Listen to what these idiots are saying. And it is not okay to go about your daily life, to be selling things on the internet, to pretend everything is f***ing okay when it's not. It's not.
Good Lord Almighty. That's why men drink right there. That is the cause of all the booze sales. But here's the thing: she's sitting there ranting and raving about skin color. Nothing to do with your skin color. If you're here illegally, regardless of your skin color, no matter what color your skin is, you're gone. Doesn't matter if you came from Mexico, if you came from Uganda, if you came from the Middle East, if you came from Russia. The infatuation with skin color, again. God almighty, these left-wingers, they're just insane.
By the way, Dawn, can you feel sorry? I know you chastised me and Nick earlier for saying would or would not, but can you sympathize with men for 1 second? Because, you're out at a bar one night. You have maybe a few too many drinks. I mean, not me. I've been out of the game for 100 years. But guys, you're at a bar one night and, that woman may or may not look okay. And you take her home and then the next day you leave.
Nick, now listen.
and then you end up with a rabbit's head in your stew. You know what I mean?
Right.
She's
Yeah.
crazy.
She's rabbit in
Yes,
the pot.
yes.
Cray cray.
Yeah.
And there are also rabbit in the pot, cray cray men.
There are not to that level, Dawn. I will have a sexist remark here that only chicks are that crazy. Dudes are crazy in another way. Chicks are like stalker crazy. They are.
Well, the good news for her
Right?
is that she's her
Yes.
only action. That's her action.
Yeah.
So if you really believe, then go out and volunteer in those communities. Go
Yeah.
where. What are you doing in your Eagles sweatshirt in your nice whatever kitchen? Where I don't know if she works or where she's employed. If
Yeah.
she is.
Well, I'm
feel,
not.
feel sorry for her.
Look,
I just feel
I'm not
sorry for any dude in her life. Imagine if that dude was sitting at home today watching the U.S. Open, like most men are doing, and she said, "Hey, when I come home from
Most
work
men are
today,"
not doing that, by the way.
That's their fault. They'll figure it out one day. The wife comes home, and that's your wife right there, and
Lazy men are doing that.
and you forgot to take the trash out. Could you imagine what the reaction would be from her?
I don't know why you make it. I mean, I think that she's just as insulting to me, not because of her gender, but just because, first of all, she is a follower, and so she's thinking that this is her moment to be a viral individual.
Yes.
To say
because she knows we're going to play her on the cut
Right.
sheet.
Perhaps.
She's like that. She's like that.
or to gain popularity.
Yeah, she's
But
like that.
What are you doing?
She's She's the West Coast version of that raging chick from Jersey that's always on social media that everybody hates. What is her name?
Chicks take the crazy card.
JoJo from Jersey. That's
Yeah.
who it is.
Chicks take the crazy card. And I'm not, look, I don't know that woman. I'm just going by the viral video that she decided to put out on her own social media.
Do we
So,
know how many followers she has?
I have no idea. I don't know.
But she also is full of the irony here is that she's full of misinformation and disinformation. So either she's just a follower and maybe she's paid by one of these groups. I don't know. But she's saying that we don't know who they are because they're masked. Well, no. As far as law enforcement, I can tell you that ICE and by the way, Philadelphia is reportedly on this list of 5 cities where ICE and federal agents have sent these tactical units to among the city's 5 cities, Philadelphia, Chicago, Seattle, North Virginia, as well as in New York.
Yeah.
And so we've been talking about that headline, if you will. But no, we know when they're federal law enforcement. We can confirm that. They're wearing masks because they have been threatened. Their children and their families and spouses have been threatened. But we can track that information. So she's blindly just regurgitating information that she's been given, or she's just spewing all this misinformation.
I believe that person may be the person who hate tweets us. But
oh, really?
That's just my opinion.
Well, better hate.
I don't care. I love it. I absolutely love it.
I do too.
I just come at me with your hate.
There's a handful of them, right?
Oh, I love it.
There's
I absolutely love it.
that Paul guy who never actually tags me, but I always see him in a thread that I get wrapped up in.
Oh, the big fat guy?
Yeah. Like all of these people. I mean, God bless you, because I know you're listening. So you could hate my guts and hate everything I say and disagree with literally everything I say, but the fact that you listen, that makes my life great.
100%.
Because the paychecks just keep coming then. Thanks, pal.
Can we play this woman? This is 19. Since we're in a ranting mood. This woman, when I first saw this, I think you sent it to me, or maybe Phil sent it to me. When I first saw this, I was like, this has to be fake, right? Because I'm in this mood now where I'm trying to spot out all these fake posts, because there are a lot going around here.
There are.
This woman doesn't look real to me, and Dawn will probably agree with me. But she is upset because she bought an American flag T-shirt, but is returning it now in solidarity with the illegal immigrants in Los Angeles.
Yeah. Okay, you're anti-American now. You bought an American T-shirt, but you're out because of a policy you disagree with, even though you're in the minority.
I mean, by the way, what she's wearing right now can barely be called a T-shirt. But
yeah. What do they call that? A tank? Tank top?
We'll let Dawn tell us when she sees this video. All right, roll it.
I accidentally bought an American flag shirt today, and I'm gonna go return it because I wasn't even thinking. I was just like, okay, it's cute. No, like, sorry, with what's happening in our country right now. Trash. I'm not wearing that. People are literally getting seized and deported without the freaking due process, like, meaning the government can literally do whatever they want, and it's slowly becoming a dictatorship. No, sorry. What? This is the
No, I didn't say anything.
Scariest thing ever. Like, it's literally happening in real freaking time.
You just want to.
Like, I have so many people I know personally who are super scared.
You just want a good time.
Be affected by it.
And this woman starts yapping. Like, can you imagine how many?
You're buying with an American flag on it. No, not right now.
Can you imagine, like, poor guys out there? Yeah. They're just like, and how many guys are going to sit there and put up with her nonsense just so they can get a little.
It's amazing the amount of people that are just I'm so anti-American right now. Well, then leave. And she was like, not right now. Okay, well then take a temporary hiatus.
Yeah,
take a 6-week sabbatical. Go to Gaza.
What do they call that, Dawn? A crop top?
Is that what they call it?
Crop top.
Yeah,
she's very fit.
By the way, my daughter, no chance she will ever walk out of the house wearing anything like that until she's at least 18.
Here's the thing, Nick Kayal. All your little comments, inappropriate comments,
yes.
Karma is a B.
Yep.
It is.
And you are going to be in hell.
Thank God I have
in
a
about
boy.
3 years.
Thank God I have a boy.
Yep.
Boy dad, boy dad, boy dad.
Yeah.
So
some of the girly stuff is starting to work its way in at not even 11, so
what do you guys think? Is that a real video, do you think?
Yeah, it's real.
Yeah.
I mean, she's so thin, even those jean shorts that she has on, they're still big on her. That's a waist, what is that, a size 4 waist on?
Yeah.
I've never seen a waist that thin. It's actually too thin. I don't like women that thin.
well, this is the shame. It doesn't matter what you like.
Your boy.
The shame of it is with her, and she's probably, 18 or something?
Well, here's the thing.
17.
Hang on. Before you make your very valid point, and I have to make a crude joke here. Your son is going to have to sit there and put up with women like that and listen to that nonsense just to get. Sorry. You know what I mean? Just like, yep. Oh, yeah.
Well, that's a dime a dozen on the Jersey Shore, right?
Yeah, those American flag T-shirts. Oh, yeah. Okay, cool. So you want to go to this party later? No. Oh, okay, yeah. I can see the conversation happening right now.
No comment.
Because I've been there. Sorry.
No comment. But what the teenage guys will tell you right now is and it's sad. Not all, but a lot of the girls are indoctrinated. Yeah. And this young lady, this really, sweet and pretty young lady I wish she were an athlete. Some of the girl athletes, that's the way to get them away from all this distraction.
Yeah.
But you think about the level of depression. We just reported in New Jersey, 1 in 10 girls has attempted self-harm. So these girls, they've lost their minds. And so their self-importance is to go on here with their, first of all, look at her as somebody on the YouTube, Moxie, you said like she's a Barbie girl. So they're supposed to look like Barbie, but they're supposed to sound like AOC. And they're fully
You're
indoctrinated.
so accurate. That is so spot on.
It's sad.
It's the AOC delivery as well, right?
Yes.
It's the same way she talks to connect with these Gen Z females, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
And so think about, in all seriousness, and I'm sorry to bring it down to this level,
Yeah.
but think about I know you
We're
guys
trying to have fun.
I know they're trying to have it fun, but these kids are not having fun.
No.
And
Well,
these
what's the difference
girls
is
are
that-
not independent. They're indoctrinated.
Dawn,
and
what's
that's what I would say to you. Just think freely.
What's the
Go
difference?
research this
What's
stuff for yourself, please.
What's the difference when you and I were kids and, fathers were just trying to keep their daughters off the pole because they wanted, that's how they got their self-worth, by dudes, watching them strip. There's no difference. The only difference now is that they put their mental illness on TikTok. That's it.
Well, what's the difference between our generation, whether you're Gen X, older millennials like I am, versus now? You talk about this influencer stuff and influencing people's ideologies, or the word indoctrination, which is absolutely, I think, a fair term in play here. How were we, quote, indoctrinated in the 80s or the 90s or the 70s? Or were we not? Because remember there was a time where people were like, TV's a bad influence.
Yeah, of course.
Right?
Yeah, I heard it all the time. MTV's going to rot your brain. You know what I mean? Like Jerry Springer and all this. Like, it's always something. You know what I mean? In the 70s, it was like, don't smoke dope. You're going to, you're going to be brain dead. All of that stuff. There was always something that was going to warp your brain.
But here's the difference, though. I think because of technology and because of studies, we can correlate. I don't think it's hyperbole or old man get off my lawn. We have seen studies that have shown the addictive nature of social media.
Of course,
what
yes.
it does with the endorphins in the brain,
Yep.
and the dopamine and things like that. And then also the correlation to being on it for too long and how it does lead to mental illness. I don't think watching MTV in 1986 led to any mental illness, right? So I think it is worse today versus our generation.
Look at me.
What?
I'm prime example.
Yeah, you never recovered from the MTV
I
A's.
never did. Dawn, can you talk to us about Piazza real fast?
Of course, because I'm broadcasting from the Piazza
Yeah.
Auto Group and Piazza Premium Automobile Studio.
By the way, Linda Valdez, I believe that's Daniel's mother, says that
Linda.
she's going to adopt a cat from the Brandywine SPCA. So thank you for that. But please make sure you tell them that you're a listener of 1210 WPHT and you're doing it because of us. Even if you're not doing it because of us, just tell them that because it helps us. You know what I mean? Sorry.
So we will talk about Piazza Auto Group, Piazza Premium Automobiles, where I am reporting from the Piazza studio. This is an exciting time for my friends at Piazza, the Piazza Auto Group, and their 5 Honda dealerships. Honda winning more 2025 Kelley Blue Book Consumer Choice Rewards and awards more than any other brand, including Best Overall Brand, Most Trusted Brand, Best Value Brand. So whether you're eyeing the Accord, the CRV, I have the HRV, although my brand new HRV, I haven't been driving it because a certain high school senior has confiscated it lately because he loves it. So there's that going on.
He's going to have to put up with that last woman
I know, right?
in the passenger seat.
Keep your stank out of my HRV, honey. Oh, good Lord. Back to the brand.
Yeah.
All right, we got to talk about Piazza. Seriously, all these awards, the best value brand, whether you're eyeing the Accord, the CRV, HRV, which is I have, or the Pilot, you're choosing a vehicle that seriously, it's backed by real drivers just like you. Come experience the award-winning excellence at Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. You can shop online, piazzahonda.com, Piazza, piazzahonda.com for today's special offers. Thank you, Piazza, and make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
Donna Dern, this is my husband, George. We've been with Crash Proof since 2011.
Becoming Crash Proof was the best decision with our money that we've ever made. The money we earn is ours, and the interest is added to the principal. So we compound on top of that money, and there's just nothing better than watching that nest egg grow.
In a year where everyone is down, we're still constantly gaining, and it's never going back to where it started.
You let these folks help you out, grow your portfolio, and doesn't cost you a cent.
Look into Crash Proof Retirement. You won't regret it. And just like through turbulent times before, we still fist bump. And we say, yep, we're okay.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Springfield Country Club, July 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Does your home never seem to have enough hot water? With the Bradford White Infinity Tankless Water Heater, you'll never run out. The Infinity Tankless heats as much water as you need, whenever you need it. Plus, they're super efficient to save you energy and money. And like all Bradford White water heaters, they're built to be the best for years of reliable performance. So ask your plumbing professional about going tankless with a Bradford White Infinity Series Tankless Water Heater. Visit BradfordWhite.com today to learn more.
Big news! Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange, and millions like you are joining our news revolution. Newsmax is now the 4th highest-rated news channel, just behind CNN. Reuters says we're one of the top news brands in America. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax for shows with Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and more. So download our free Newsmax app on your smartphone or TV and start watching. President Trump says Newsmax is truly terrific. Get the free Newsmax app and check out Newsmax shares on the stock exchange. Go to newsmaxinvest.com. That's newsmaxinvest.com. This is not an offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such an offer would be unlawful.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Get Dad the gift of laughter this Father's Day with tickets to see Joe Conklin in Wildwood July 11th and in Ocean City on July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Protect your liver and give it the support it deserves with Active Liver from New Nordic. Find in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or Amazon, or NewNordicUSA.com.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Not yet. Do it today. Okay. At 1210 WPHT.
8:55, Kayal and Company, as we roll on a Thursday morning, just 15 minutes away from another edition of Fight Club.
Since we're on this woman thing, no offense, Dawn, but do you guys remember that married high school counselor that had sex with one of her students, 43-year-old mom,
Yes.
Emily Nutley?
The blonde.
Yeah, she was sentenced to prison for having sex with one of her students.
Good.
This happened in Cincinnati. This is cut 17, Phil. Yeah, this is... Do we know how the Do we know how old the kid was?
I thought it was 16.
Yeah.
I thought, but I don't recall.
Well, let me ask you guys this: 3 years in prison, is that long enough? This audio video is courtesy of WLWT Channel 5, the NBC affiliate in Cincinnati. Roll it.
There's no excuse for what I did, and I will not try to offer one. I crossed a boundary that never should have been crossed, and I violated the trust of someone who needed to be protected.
By the way, she's 43. Oof.
Yeah.
It's a little rough, right? I'm sorry. Sorry, Don.
Boy.
Gross. It's nasty.
So who's the brand manager effective tomorrow? Do we have an interim basis?
Look, I have two.
Is the search going on?
I have 2 jobs here. Okay, my job here is to do what I do here. My job at 10 a.m. is something else.
Yeah, you do. I will say that it is an interesting transition you make.
It is.
Yeah.
I transition with the best of them. Roll this. Keep going.
There's no excuse for what I did, and I will not try to offer one. I crossed a boundary that never should have been crossed, and I violated the trust of someone who needed to be protected and respected. I live every day with the heavy burden of knowing that I caused that harm.
The teen eventually told his parents. Police were notified Nutley was arrested. She lost her job, license, and marriage. But the victim's family said today their son's junior and senior years of high school were ruined. His confidence was destroyed, as was his desire to play sports in college.
In this situation, I believe that the proper sentence is 3 years in prison.
Wow.
On count 1, 3 years on count 5.
Her face.
To serve the same
Shocked.
time for an aggregate sentence of 3 years in prison.
And Emily Nutley seemed a bit surprised by that sentence. She was immediately placed in handcuffs and escorted out of the courtroom. In April, she pleaded guilty to 2 counts of sexual battery. She admitted while she was the director of academic services at St. X High School, she had a sexual relationship with a 17-year-old student.
17
Prosecutors
guys?
say
Come on.
she was the aggressor all
Come
along,
on.
sent him
Little
nude
minor.
photos, paid for his pickleball membership, gave him her Netflix password and $100 a month allowance.
I really did not want to have sex with her, but she insisted. She would not leave me alone. She told me she would kill herself when I tried to end it.
Oh boy.
I didn't know how to get out of the situation.
Crazy broads, I'm telling you.
I finally decided that I didn't want her to do this to anyone else. I told the truth.
I'm telling you guys. All right, first of all.
Well, 17, he's a legend. I mean, the boys probably love him.
No, I think I disagree. That she was. So first of all, who is this kid? This kid is, I mean, paid for a pickleball membership. That's like the highlight of his life. This kid is somebody who's an outsider who, you know, I would wonder if she was.
Well, with her, he was an insider.
If he was sent, ignoring that, if he was sent to her office, did he have any different diagnosed learning disabilities or what have you? This is a nerdy kid who's not part of a popular group, because if his highlight is a pickleball membership, he's not on the football team. Okay, he's not a popular kid with a ton of friends.
I disagree with that.
He's an isolated
rave
kid.
these days, isn't it?
This is a kid who she preyed upon, because that's what these predators do. They find somebody, they prey upon them, and that's why they threw the book at her. And she's at a private Catholic high school. This is St. Xavier High School. She's an administrator. She's 43 years old. She was married with kids. She was trusted.
Yep.
And that's why they threw the book at her.
I'm fine with the 3 years. I would also say,
disgusting.
I mean, even if you wanted to go a little bit lesser on the sentence, I think the real punishment is you should lose your teaching license.
Oh, she did.
Okay, you should never be able to teach again.
I'm fine with all of that. But guys, 17, come on.
Well, there is a difference between 17 and 8.
I'm not justifying it. She's a person of power who, as he claims, used her power to seduce him. All of that, I understand. But 17, come on. It's not like he was 13 or 14.
I just looked up some of these stats.
Kids are having sex at 17. I hate to admit it.
Well, this is happening way more frequently than even I thought, because I feel like we see one of these stories every single week in the news cycle somewhere. I just looked this up on Google. An estimated 10% of students nationally will experience educator sexual misconduct by the time they graduate.
How many?
An estimated 10%.
Gross.
1 out of every 10 students A 2023 study found that 11.7% of recent high school graduates reported experiencing at least one form of educator sexual misconduct during their K through 12 education. And in 2023 alone, as far as arrests and investigations, 350 teachers were arrested for sexual abuse.
This isn't that's shocking, by the way. But
That's
like,
basically one per day.
This isn't like a shock jock take. I'm not trying to do that. All I'm trying to say is that 17 is a lot different than 13 or 14. It just is. I'm not saying what she did was right, but like, you know, she's gross for wanting to have sex with a 17-year-old.
Yeah.
But like, it's not 3 years in prison for that. 3 years.
Supposedly, though, the grooming process, and we don't know who the victim is per se. The victim's family was very, aggressive and, having somebody speak for the victim here. And you saw the woman speaking for the victim and the victim's family. But what the victim's family said, they said that this woman should go away for 10 years, that
Oh my God.
that she groomed him. She was saying that they were saying that this sicko woman was grooming him for years. That this didn't just begin his junior year. The grooming began previous to that.
This wasn't just a one-night stand type ordeal.
That it wasn't. Yeah. It didn't just begin the junior year. That this individual had been grooming him. And so my question is, why did she choose? Why did this? And it happened in her office, by the way. I mean, it's just gross.
So hot. I'm sorry.
According to the Inquirer, how about this? In 2024, the state of Pennsylvania took 33 disciplinary actions against teachers in the Philadelphia area alone who were last employed at a school there. I think I just saw this a few days ago. I'm going to pull it up right now. Philly.com, the Inquirer. There was a story, and I believe the headline was something to the effect of, schools should be reprimanding teachers for certain acts, and according to the report in the Inquirer, they're not doing it or not meeting the standard. I got to find this.
This is so gross. She was even sending she was sending him answers to tests.
Yeah.
She was, paying for different things,
Where
buying
were
him
these teachers
food.
when I was 17?
Here's the headline. Philadelphia Inquirer. Pennsylvania is supposed to immediately suspend teachers charged with serious crimes, and that doesn't always happen. The Pennsylvania Department of Education apparently investigating this. This was written June 10th in the Inquirer, if you want to read it.
I suspect that this kid, because she specifically, it's this Catholic private high school, she was the coordinator for multi-tiered support system. So the kids who were sent to her office were vulnerable kids, kids who needed support, learning support. So this is a kid who probably has some diagnoses here and is in that so-called vulnerable community, maybe whether it's executive function or whatever's going on.
Yeah.
This kid is not the valedictorian. This kid is not the popular kid on the whatever team you want to look at. This kid also, that would tell me, this kid does maybe not have as much support in his private life. No, this woman was supposed to help the most vulnerable kids. She's a sicko predator.
She threw it all away. Family and career.
Here's my question. Yeah, can you imagine how that husband feels?
Oh,
my Lord.
That's like the husband that had to deal with. Remember the wife that got pulled over in her driveway?
Yep.
I remember she was getting handcuffed, and the husband's like, "Where's she going? What did she do?" We'll tell you when we get down to the precinct.
Honest question here is that I believe that men and women fall very differently on the sides of these, and I'm just saying that because look, here's the. I say uncomfortable truths. That's what I do here. Like, it's not like it is. It's different. It's different with boys than it is girls. It just is.
It isn't though.
It is. It is. I'm not saying that she is. She was right for doing it. I'm not saying that she didn't abuse her power and she should be. She should have been stripped for all of that. All of her teaching and counseling and whatever the hell else she was doing. She's obviously a sick individual. There's no doubt about that.
I think to illustrate your point, here's the two hypotheticals I would give you.
3 years?
I think if a 43-year-old female teacher sleeps with a 17-year-old boy.
Yeah.
The boys in the locker room are laughing and saying, "Great job, man." Whereas if a 43-year-old man sleeps with a 17-year-old girl, the girls are probably very, very offended and bothered by it. And they obviously should be. And maybe even some of the dudes are like, "Oh, dude, you can't do that. That's a bad look, man."
Here's
Right?
my litmus test. If that had happened to my 17-year-old daughter, I would put a shotgun in that person's mouth. If it happened to my 17-year-old son,
you're taking him out to Hooters?
No, look. You can say I can see Dawn rolling her eyes. I'm just saying that's just my honest reaction.
I know that people, in all seriousness, people have these different attitudes, but this woman, and take away her dyed blonde hair and her makeover, whatever, this woman is a crazy, sick, psycho child predator.
There's also some void in her life, perhaps a mental illness. Yep.
And it's power. So she chose a vulnerable kid, groomed the vulnerable kid, and how gross is that? And she's a woman, middle-aged woman who's got a husband and kids at home, and it was constant because they have all the phone records. She was sending nude photos of herself to this kid. She was constantly after this kid, and the kid was so disturbed by it, finally turned to his parents and told.
Yep.
It's just, and I know it's easy to joke about it and stuff, but this stuff, there was a kid from New Jersey, a man from New Jersey who talked about, he came out within the last year or so, and there was a school employee who was finally convicted who had groomed these kids, including this guy, and it haunted him many years into his life. But the parents had hired and trusted a woman, to tutor him. Well, here, the person was like doing this. So whether you're male or female, these people are psycho.
Agreed.
It's all psychological.
Agreed. But it didn't
Psycho.
It didn't scar this kid. Come on. It didn't. It absolutely didn't. There's no, if you want to argue with the fact that she abused her power, all of that is absolutely true. And yes, she has mental problems, in my opinion, for doing all of this. She has issues. But to say that this kid was scarred for life, or that she deserves 3 years in jail for this,
She deserves 3 years in jail.
Okay, all right.
She was in the position of authority in a school with an administrator's title, and her title. Look at her job title. She was somebody who was entrusted, especially with kids who needed extra support. And what does she do? She preys on the most vulnerable kid she can find and harasses him and plays psycho games. No, she's nasty.
17-year-old stalker. Are you in?
Ew.
If this happens to you?
But she wouldn't go after you, 17.
Excuse me. How dare you? I was very sexy.
Right, but that's why she wouldn't go after you.
Seashell necklace and
because,
frosted tips.
Do you know what I'm saying? She wanted somebody different, somebody who she could have total power over and psychologically defeat that boy.
Yeah.
It's gross.
Gotta
and
give
by the way, a 17-year-old boy compared to a 17-year-old girl, because this is my theory on boy and man years.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I'm saying? So a 17-year-old boy mentally is like a 12-year-old girl.
Oh, yeah.
I like where you're going.
A 41-year-old man is like a 20-year-old girl.
But guys, 17-year-old boys are having sex. I'm sorry to say.
I don't think this kid was. This kid was an innocent kid.
How do you know that?
Because I'm looking at all the backstory.
I want to see his picture.
And
yeah,
they're not
hopefully
they
protected
protected it, right?
Of course.
Hey, speaking of pictures, I got to give a big shout out to a couple of tweeters. M. Thomas 5, a big Penn State fan, just sent us a picture. He is streaming the U.S. Open from his desk on his laptop while he has a TV on the wall with Kayal and Company on YouTube.
Nice.
Phenomenal.
What's his name?
M. Thomas 5.
Thank you, M. Thomas 5.
And then Jim Eckert says, and he tags all of us here, best morning show. And in the picture, he has his flat screen above his fireplace. And what's on the flat screen? The smart TV on the YouTubes. Kayal and Company.
That's right. Woo. Show us yours.
Yes. Especially if you're a 43-year-old teacher.
God.
I'm
Whose own attorney said she was a broken woman.
Yep, of course she is.
Plagued by mental illness and alcohol abuse and had periods of blackouts.
she's clearly crazy.
Please.
But
He's
like,
the ultimate crazy chick.
Yes, we know that. But this guy is not scarred for life. And by the way, he's not. If he's playing pickleball, he's not an outsider. You know what I mean? Like the outsiders are the ones that have the long black hair and the trench coats, and like those are the outsiders.
Mm-hmm.
This guy is, like maybe he was an elite who plays pickleball. I don't know.
You want a serious take on this from me? I'll give you a serious take.
Yeah.
Because I don't understand the attraction to somebody when you're, 23, 24 years. You know where this comes from, Dawn? This is going to get very deep.
Oh, no, here we go.
This comes from, and I think, Dawn, you'll agree, and I think a lot of the religious people will as well. Stalker's going to just check out now because he hates this stuff. This comes from people that watch porn. This comes from the corruption that you get from watching that stuff and then living this in your real life. I'd be willing to bet that's where she got that from.
Well, her attorney claims she was, as a child, she was abused.
She claims
What
she
is
was
funny?
abused.
It's not funny.
Sorry.
The whole thing is gross. And that's the thing. People will talk about pedophiles. Look at her. She's a pedophile. You don't
He's
know what a
17.
pedophile.
He's 17. She's not a pedophile.
I wonder how
She's
she'll be
not a
treated.
pedophile.
I wonder how
She's
she'll
a
be
pedophile.
treated in jail, because we know dudes, when you go to jail for pedophilia, you're dead. I mean, that's the one thing prisoners do not tolerate is violence and sexual deviance towards children.
Tracy-
But how does that happen now? Is she going to go to a women's prison?
Of course.
Do women take care of women in prison for sexual deviance? Because we know that the dudes will kill you. Like Epstein, right? Mm-hmm. Like Epstein in the general population would have got the crap beaten out of him.
All right, let's bring on the fights, can we? By the way, Tracy said you have no idea what these kids are going through, and Greg and Nick should F off. So thank you, Tracy. See, I'm telling you, this is down gender lines.
Thank you, Tracy.
All the dudes are like, yeah, high five. And all the women are like, oh my God, this is insane.
I don't know
say
that
it.
all the dudes are high-fiving, but definitely, generally speaking, it's more accepted by dudes when the dude is on the receiving end of being violated by the quote adult.
I'm telling you that if this was a 45-year-old dude and a 13-year-old female, firing squad. I'm not like, I don't want to go easy on this.
So what's your age cutoff? 16?
It's different with, I don't know. Like, kids are having sex at 16, 15, you know what I mean? Like,
Sure.
I don't know.
Even younger than that. 12.
They are.
Yeah.
They are, Dawn. I hate to say it, but they are.
But what you have to understand about this kind of predator, this psycho crazy person, it's not about the relations or the physicality. It's control.
Mm-hmm.
It's controlling
And
a
the
vulnerable
gratification.
younger.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
And that's what she gets off
Yeah,
on.
you're right.
It's gross.
Dawn just hates.
She's gross.
Dawn just hates crazy chicks.
Well,
I
pedophile.
hate crazy chicks,
I
too.
will admit, I hate crazy pedophile chicks.
Who likes crazy chicks? I don't even think crazy chicks like crazy
No, I
chicks.
like some crazy chicks.
I actually think all women secretly hate each other.
You know.
We're 4 minutes over. Hey, come on.
Kayal and Company Fight Club.
You're looking for a fight.
I am looking for a fight.
Fights will go on as long as they have to.
We know fights equal rating.
You got knocked the out, man.
Today's Fight Club, sponsored by Tri-County Auto Group. Tri-County Auto Group, 3 locations, 1 priority you. Visit tricounty.com today, tricounty.com. Go there right now, tricounty.com. Get on over to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. And then Greg in the Northeast, I think, wants to weigh in on this. I hope he's on my side, but I'm sure he's not, because as we know, the audience is never on my side. Tri-County Auto Group. Thank you, Tri-County Auto Group. Okay, so this,
she was the coordinator of a program that helps students
you cannot let this
with
go.
learning disabilities.
You cannot let this go, sweetie.
And reportedly, according to all the police reports and whatnot, she was grooming other vulnerable kids younger. Ew.
Oh, well, then okay, fine. But a 17-year-old, nothing. Okay. This is a fight that happened outside of a bar. This was submitted by our good friend and former state senator Ed the trucker, sending me a ton of stuff. So thank you, dude. Keep sending it to me. This happened outside of a bar. Now, what's interesting about this is that it's a fight between 2 dudes, and then a bouncer gets involved and loses his pants.
So the bouncer's probably fat.
YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. If you want to see this, Philip, roll it.
Oh.
Nope. Oh.
Generator?
There we go. Dude, right in the face. Right in the face. Oh, again.
Oh, look at this guy.
Look at that.
Look at this guy.
Watch him. Watch.
Oh, no.
Watch the guy in white.
Oh, no.
Big dude.
No boxers.
No boxers.
He's got no skivvies on.
Wait, was that his?
That was his. Yeah, that was his.
That was his keister.
Buttocks.
Yo.
Oh.
Down he goes. Oh, he's out.
KO.
Yep.
Wow, he KO'd him.
Wow.
That is awesome.
Now, is that between two patrons, or is that guy that delivered the knockout blow also a bouncer or an employee?
I'm not sure. Yeah. You want to roll the video again?
Look at this.
Thanks, Phil. You can see it. Oh, look at that.
Yeah, see, if you're going to get into one of these tussles, you have to throw the first blow. You try to do the holding up and the pushing and the shoving, you're getting set up for a shot.
You look at that.
This. Oh my God!
That's like the biggest butt I've ever seen.
That is an ass and a half.
That is like
Here he goes.
crack
right down.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
Wow.
F around to find out, right?
Uh-huh.
I mean, come on.
You gotta wear a belt, dude.
Yeah, we don't know what. This looks like one of those like awesome neighborhood bars too, where fights like this happen all the time.
Probably a good spot.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
$2 draft.
Yeah, I was just gonna say beers are cheap.
Great cheap wings. Probably like a jukebox in there, or a...
I'm not sure what city this took place in. But yeah, man.
Oh, he got. I mean, yeah.
Just level.
KO.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT.
You know what it is though? Even though the one fella who's helping out with the assist, his baggy pants fall down and you see his big butt.
Sweatpants.
Yeah.
But the women's fights are just with the hair and
I know.
It's more exciting.
Yeah,
I hate to say
guys.
it.
Guys. You know, they throw down, one knocks the other out, and then they're inside 10 minutes later having a beer together.
Yeah.
Tri-County Auto, tricounty.com, tricounty.com. Thank you, Tri-County Auto Group, for sponsoring Fight Club.
All right, let's get to some of these calls. Maybe Greg in the Northeast will be the brand manager effective tomorrow. Greg, you're on Talk Radio 1210.
I believe it's pretty safe to say that the only one working tomorrow will be Dawn. I'm pretty sure.
I'm off tomorrow. My kid's graduating high school.
Yeah,
I'm
Dawn is off tomorrow, so she's the only one fired tomorrow.
Dawn, you better bring a microphone so we can hear the ceremony, because that's about all. Or maybe some Beach Boy music will be played for 4 hours. That's all.
It's a Beach Boys Friday tribute.
You got early on, you were ripping on the Ula Aberdeen getting married.
I know. I know.
Then you had to think, Greg, I got to say.
Yeah, buddy.
I'm on your side.
Thank you.
46%.
Wow. That's
46.
That's good. That's
46?
fine. I just need to wait. Yeah.
If it weren't for the fact, that she was like a therapist or she had some power, I'd be in your camp 100%. But I see where Dawn.
I do too.
Dawn's point is.
I do too. I'm just saying that like a 17-year-old having sex with an older woman is not life shattering for the 17-year-old. That's all I'm saying.
And it's not life shattering. And Dawn's correct. It's not life shattering for we men.
Yeah.
We as a species, we're degenerates at heart, and we're not that smart.
Thank you very much. That is you. Greg in the Northeast just knocked it out of the park. He's right. We're degenerates at heart and not that very smart.
Yep.
Not that very.
And that
smart.
rhymes, by the way. That's like an Ed from Delran rhyme.
Yeah, right.
Degenerates at heart and not very smart men. That's
confirm.
it. That's it. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow, how about that?
Yep.
So he believes you're correct 46% of the time.
That's fine.
I think Harry Enna will confirm that later today on CNN.
That is great. I never want you to agree with me 100% of the time. That's weird.
I'm just going to say, I think when we started the conversation about this psycho woman, I don't think Greg knew that her job title had to do with students who were diagnosed with learning disabilities.
Can I just say one thing too? We
throw
around the learning disability thing a lot, but like I remember the 90s. I remember the 90s. It was like the stupid kids went in there. You know what I mean? And I'm not talking about the mentally disabled kids. That is not what I'm saying. But it's the guys who threw airplanes in class, and they were like, I have
circles that you used to run.
I have a learning disability, and they were put in those classes.
Yeah.
It's not all the people who actually have learning disabilities. I'm of course not referring to them. That's all I'm saying.
We would like to thank Greg Stocker for 20 years of service at 1210 WPHT, and we wish him the best in his future endeavors.
Greg, truthfully, to Greg, I was just going to say that to Greg and our caller, Greg. Yeah. Greg Stocker is just trying to give an alt view.
Thank you.
That's all. He doesn't really believe.
Just trying to create radio
that
magic.
Psycho pedophile chicks.
Oh,
they should be.
Is today your brand manager meeting? What time did that start?
It is.
That woman should go to prison for 10 years at least.
Oh, stop.
And let me tell you something. When she gets
10,
out of
15,
prison, I believe she will, for the rest of her life, have to register, which she should.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because she's a psycho.
Greg's going to sit
predator.
down at the brand manager meeting, look at the sports brand manager, and say, "Hey, why don't you try topping what I did this morning, pal?" Yeah.
Psycho.
Charles is in Camden. Charles is next on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Charles.
Hey, how's everybody?
We're good.
Listen, I have to tell you, here's a barometer to show you just how far we've come. I remember years ago, this got to be about 40 years ago or so, where there was a case that came up where this older female had sexual relations with a juvenile kid, male. And the judge ruled in the case that there was no crime here, that what she did was essential to helping this young boy to become a man. And that was the end of it.
Wow.
So, we've really come a really long way now. And on that same note, I'll tell you something else, too. There was a case in which this girl was accusing this guy of being the father of her child. This was before we had DNA tests and stuff, right? So he got two of his friends to come forward and say they had sex with him, too. You know what the judge did in that case? He made all three of them pay child support.
So are you saying we've come a long way in the last 40 years as a positive, or you don't think this is a positive?
The jury's still out on that because, I don't know what they're using to judge these cases by anymore. I mean, everybody's so sensitive, and they're trying to make boys and girls exactly the same, which we're not.
Right.
I can tell you that for a fact. We're definitely not. I mean, men go into the military at the age of 17. Yeah. You know what I mean? Why? Because they listen to you better then, right? They're not going to ask questions. You tell them to get down, they're going to get down.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well,
That
it's
sort of
also,
thing.
when you think about the workplace, and thanks for the call, Charles, I mean, in a lot of, corporate professions, they don't even, you look in the HR handbook, you're not even allowed to date or approach a female about having a relationship. We watch these corporate training videos you have to do from time to time at your job, and you sit through these ridiculous hypotheticals and simulations, and a guy goes up to the girl and says, "Hey, you want to go out for a coffee?" She's offended. Next thing you know, you're in HR and you're fired. So, if we're at that point in the job place, then what happened to this teacher is absolutely acceptable from a punishment standpoint, right? Because Dawn, forget the mental stuff for a second, or the vulnerable the kid that she was with. You're a teacher. You're supposed to be educating the kid, not sleeping with him, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So if you can't even ask a chick at your job for a cup of coffee in fear of her slapping you and sending you to HR, you can't pull this off in a school.
All right, we have to break.
I made a great point there, right? I'm not saying you should be.
Well, that was brilliant.
I think it was. Anyway. Joe Biden would say. All right, more still ahead.
Go find a chick and ask her to bring you. What did you say?
What do I have to do here?
Bucks County.
Bucks County. Yeah. All right. They don't make furniture or teachers like they used to. If you're tired of cheap, mass-produced junk, let me tell you about Bucks County Estate Traders. Their massive Hatfield showroom has over 16,000 pieces of high-end furniture, and their showroom, 58,000 square feet. You're going to see brands like Stickley, Baker, Henredon, the kind of quality craftsmanship that has withstood the test of time, and you can save thousands compared to new retail prices. And they have something for everybody. Doesn't matter the style, classic, modern, rustic, traditional. Doesn't matter the room, dining room, home office, living room, man cave. Bucks County Estate Traders has it all. And every piece has a QR code, so you know the drill. Pull out the phone, snap the picture, get the QR code. Boom, you get all the details about the product, the price. Here's a pro tip. Check out their website, call ahead. They will have everything ready for you when you arrive. And speak directly to the owner, my buddy, Matt Stanella. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com and tell them Nick Kayal sent you.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
The 20% small business tax deduction has helped small businesses grow, hire, and invest. But unless Congress acts, the deduction will end this year. and Pennsylvania's small businesses will be hit with a massive tax hike. Representative Ryan McKenzie just voted to protect over 33 million small businesses from this massive tax hike. Visit smallbusinessdeduction.com and thank him for supporting Pennsylvania's small businesses. Paid for by the National Federation of Independent Business.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Summer is all about great music and staying connected. Switch to the Fios 1 gig home internet plan and get the JBL Party Box on us. Take your favorite music to the beach, the backyard, or wherever. Plus, get a $200 Verizon gift card. There's never been a better time to make the move to Verizon. Visit your local Verizon store to switch to super fast and reliable Fios home internet today. Limited time offer while supplies last. Additional terms apply. Must maintain Fios service for 65 days and then register for gift cards. See store for details.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090. You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
Seems everyone has an opinion on where the stock market's going, but where should you be going? Find out with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
I plan to rearrange my closet, but I stopped after picking the clothes up off the floor.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's award-winning language learning app will help you start speaking another language. Start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Comment tu t'appelles?
Comment tu t'appelles?
Vous êtes où?
Vous êtes où?
Babbel's bite-sized lessons make it easy to learn words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks,
"How's your French going?"
you can say,
Babbel est amusant et facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue. Et cela ne prend que 15 minutes par jour.
When you want to really learn another language, it starts with Babbel. Babbel, language for life. Celebrating over 16 million subscriptions sold. Now save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Win a Maserati at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa during the $1.5 million Luxury and Overdrive drawing. Play and earn entries now through June for your chance at over $1.5 million in prizes, including 2 Maserati Gran Turismo Modenas valued at $200,000. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings May 31st and June 28th. The $1.5 million Luxury and Overdrive. Only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Everything was swollen, even my eyelids. I was on kidney dialysis 8 hours a day.
When Crystal needed a kidney, her mom's friend Janet gave her one. Virtua Health, South Jersey's only transplant center, made it possible.
Crystal's so full of life, you can't help but love her.
After a short recovery, Janet's doing great, and Crystal, even better.
And I just got engaged.
Virtua Health, here for transplant, here for good. Learn more at virtua.org/hereforgood.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Get 60% off and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, and no monthly payments until 2027 and a lifetime warranty. Hurry, sale ends June 30th. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Yo, Doylestown, we know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
All right, 9:32. It's Kayal and Company on a Thursday morning. We're going to get to Phil Almquist and Today in Music History. Jimmy Kelly with the Morning Mystery movie clip. Preview what's on tap for the Dawn Show. And coming up in just over 10 minutes, our buddy Coop from 98.1 WOGL for a tremendous cause. And we'll give you those details in just a moment. But first, let's get some headlines, some news, and what's going on out there in this crazy world. Time for a Big Three with Dawn Stenson.
It's the Big 3 and 9 on Kayal and Company.
And we are sponsored by Marvin E. Cans. Number one, we're learning more about the wreckage after that Air India flight to London crashes. All 242 people on board presumed dead as officials are on the scene as they go through the wreckage, just ashes, basically. But in this one, it was a Boeing aircraft, Air India flight, crashed into a dorm for medical students. This happened in India. And so I know the FAA, they were sending help over there as far as inspectors to figure out what caused this deadly crash. Number two, the military parade and big protests fueling clashing visions of America. That's one of the headlines you're waking up to this morning. As yes, the Trump administration planning this huge military parade in D.C. Here in Philadelphia, a clash because on one hand, Juneteenth celebrations being planned for this weekend by the local African-American community. Others, they are promoting the No Kings they say peaceful demonstrations in Philadelphia. What will that look like? And number three, as we think about the Beach Boys, a legend has died. This is Mr. Brian Wilson. Beach Boys, Brian Wilson, visionary leader and Summer's Poet Laureate, dies at the age of 82. Three of our top headlines in the Big Three, sponsored by Marvin E. Cans, My Guys Heating and Air Conditioning. I just had that Mitsubishi Electric heating and air conditioning mini split unit installed. Our lower level with all that poor ventilation and ductwork didn't matter because Mitsubishi Electric heating and air conditioning's mini split took care of it. It's a game changer for us. It'll be a game changer for you. Visit Marvin E. Cans, My Guys, Marvin E. Cans, KANZE.com. Tell them Dawn sent you. That's our Big Three.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. When it comes to your teeth, you deserve more than just a quick fix. That's why you should call my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz of the Bentz Dental Group. I recently talked to Joyce, a listener. She had another dentist tell her to get dentures. She wasn't having any of that. She said she may be vintage, but not old. She met with Dr. Bentz and his team and now is very happy with her dental implants. The dentist you choose does matter. Call Dr. Bentz, 610-272-6949 or bentzdentalgroup.com.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
The 20% small business tax deduction has helped small businesses grow, hire, and invest. But unless Congress acts, the deduction will end this year, and Pennsylvania's small businesses will be hit with a massive tax hike. Representative Ryan McKenzie just voted to protect over 33 million small businesses from this massive tax hike. Visit smallbusinessdeduction.com and thank him for supporting Pennsylvania's small businesses. Paid for by the National Federation of Independent Business.
Are you looking for a unique venue for a private party with real pinball machines and arcade video games like Pac-Man for up to 50 people? TNT Amusements in Southampton, Bucks County, PA has hosted over 25,000 parties for over 46 years in our unique maze-like showrooms. You can wander through all the rooms filled with games. Google TNTAmusements.com now.
There's no need to wait. The time is always right at Colonial Hyundai. Hi, it's John Ashdale, the Cars Are. Today's the best day to buy a new car at Colonial. We have over 200 vehicles in stock. New Palisades, Konas, Tucsons, and the exciting EVs that have taken the world by storm, the Ioniq 5 and 6. We understand that everyone's needs, budgets, and challenges are different. But here at Colonial, we take the stress out of buying a new car. Big incentives, the best financing in the business, no matter your credit, with rates as low as 0%. Plus, we streamline the buying process so you can be in and out of our dealership in no time without any unnecessary hassle or waiting. So why wait? Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com or visit us on Lincoln Highway in Downingtown. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
0% financing applies on select 2024 new Hyundai models. $6,500 for your trade, not available on EVs. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for more details.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Connected TV is one of the most effective channels for driving measurable advertising results. That's because when your customer's not scrolling, they're streaming. Let Viant put your ads right where they are, on the best content across the most premium platforms in the world. We're talking real consumers, big screens, big outcomes. With Viant, you get people-based targeting, AI-powered performance, and full access to inventory built to seize eyeballs, not clickbait. Viant, where premium streaming meets performance. Visit ViantInc.com/CTV to unlock real results today.
Summer's coolest mattress deals are going on now at Ashley's Stars and Stripes sale. This summer, save up to $1,000 on select mattresses. And say goodbye to hot sleep and save up to $500 on the best-selling Tempur-Breeze collection. Plus, feel the freedom to snooze now and pay later with 0% interest until 2030 on in-store purchases made with your Ashley Advantage Synchrony credit card. Better sleep starts at Ashley. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
I plan to rearrange my closet, but I stopped after picking the clothes up off the floor.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's award-winning language learning app will help you start speaking another language. Start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Comment tu t'appelles?
Comment tu t'appelles?
Vous êtes où?
Vous êtes où?
Babbel's bite-sized lessons make it easy to learn words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks,
"How's your French going?"
you can say,
Babbel est amusant et facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue. Et cela ne prend que 15 minutes par jour.
when you want to really learn another language, it starts with Babbel. Babbel, language for life, celebrating over 16 million subscriptions sold. Now save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Add some star-spangled style to your summer with Ashley Stars and Stripes sale going on now. Shop Hot Buys for every room in your home, now just $6.99. Plus, you can save up to $1,000 store-wide. And don't miss upgrading your patio. Save up to 20% on select outdoor furniture. Or feel the freedom to buy now and pay over time with 0% interest until 2030 on in-store purchases made with your Ashley Advantage Synchrony credit card. Only at Ashley. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
Working as a dedicated Fidelity advisor, I always ask, what's important to you? I'll look at those priorities and goals alongside your full financial picture to build a comprehensive plan designed to help grow and protect your wealth. With proactive portfolio insights and an eye on taxes, I'm here to help you make the most of your money. I'm Laura Maxwell, and I'm a dedicated Fidelity advisor. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC, member NYSE, SIPC.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very
calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Free speech lives here with Dom Giordano weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
9:42. It is Kayal and Company on a Thursday morning. Nick, Dawn, Greg, and if you are watching on YouTube, you see Box 4 has been activated. Woo! That's because our boy Coop from the Big 98.1 Morning Show is with us because he is walking from Philadelphia to Atlantic City for Coop's Miles for Miracles, which is a fundraiser benefiting the Child Life Services Department at CHOP right here in Philadelphia. What's going on this morning, buddy? How you doing, pal?
I'm doing really, really well. I appreciate the time. I know you guys have a jam-packed show, so thank you so much for giving me some time today. I appreciate it, guys.
Oh, it's awesome, man. You're doing great work for a great cause. You started out at the 98.1 Borgata Studios, which is right here at 2400 Market Street, and you are walking to the Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa in Atlantic City, not to put in a parlay, not to play poker, but to raise great awareness and funds for a charity that is near and dear to your heart. Take it away, sir.
Yeah, so all the money raised goes to the Child Life team at Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, which I know CHOP has touched everyone's life in the Delaware Valley in one way or another. And the Child Life team specifically, and that's what the money goes to, they make it feel like home to these kids, Nick, who are going through unthinkable things. And, you know, your mind can go to something as big as cancer. And there's a teenage girl named Lily Walker who had brain cancer. Thankfully, thank God she beat brain cancer, wants to become a child life specialist now because of the music therapy program that they had there, of the teen. And mom and dad are not allowed in the teen room. Or you could go down to, you know, things like autism, Down syndrome, cleft palates, cystic fibrosis. These kids at CHOP are being treated, of course, by the doctors and the nurses who are unbelievable. But the Child Life team does things like prom and Christmas and whatever it is that you celebrate, there's a Child Life member that's there to make sure that these kids can get their minds off of it for a second. One of my favorite stories is 9-year-old Josiah, who unfortunately was diagnosed with leukemia. And you can imagine all the different treatments that you have to go through to save his life. And one of those things was a spinal tap. And I'm going to try not to get choked up here, as somebody who has healthy kids who are 12, 10, and 7. I can't imagine for 1 second. Sorry, I'm on the White Horse Pike. I know you guys could probably hear that noise in the background.
Yes.
I'll do my best to walk away from it a little bit, but I can't imagine, the helpless feeling a parent feels. But Josiah will tell you firsthand, he's my buddy. He loves Spider-Man and he loves Minecraft. And so when he was going to get his spinal tap, he was a little scared, and the Child Life member came in with a doll. They have these specialized dolls, and they showed him, this is what we're going to do. This is what you're going to feel. And it had sort of like a haptic feedback so that he could feel what on his body to make him feel a little bit better about it. And that's incredible in and of itself. But then afterwards, they had Minecraft ready to go. And if you got kids, Minecraft is all the rage right now. And they're all shouting chicken jockey and all that stuff. And it's just a little story that it's unbelievable, Nick. Team does. And so, yes, I'm walking and I'll do whatever it takes to raise as much money as possible for these incredible superheroes.
Go ahead, Greg.
Where are you right now, Coop?
So I just left, just past Hamilton High School in Hamilton, New Jersey.
Nice.
And I'm going about 12 miles. I'll walk to Egg Harbor Township today.
Wow. It's going to be hot today, man.
I know.
Oh, man.
It's going to be hot.
What did you do earlier in the week when it was raining? You just walked in the...
I got rained on, man. I've been saying it on the radio the whole time. Like, I'll do whatever it takes, because at the end of the day, we just talked about Josiah, who has leukemia, brain cancer. Like, me getting wet or me getting a sunburn, it's absolutely nothing compared to what I've gone through and continue to go through right now. So, yeah, by the way, on Tuesday when it was pouring down rain, shout out to the truck driver who absolutely just drenched me with water on the side of the road.
That's amazing. So let me ask you this. So you're doing roughly, because it's about 65 miles, give or take, and you're doing about 12 miles a day. How long does it take you to walk 12 miles? Do you walk 12 nonstop? Do you have a little pit stop here and there? What's that like?
Yeah, so we're not stopping. I mean, if I have to go to the bathroom, I hop into a Wawa or something like that really quick right along the White Horse Pike, which has been pretty much the straight shot the entire way. But no, man, there's no breaks. We walk the entire thing. So it past couple of days by about 2:30. So it takes me a handful of hours to get it done.
Great work, man.
Coop, where can people donate? Because you're doing a great thing. This is a great opportunity. I told Bonnie, our wonderful promotions director, the other day, my wife absolutely has no idea about radio. She doesn't know what I do. She's like, yeah, I don't know. He talks on the radio. She came up to me and she's oblivious to all this stuff. She goes, I heard one of your guys is walking from Philly to the Borgata for charity. I said, yeah. So it's reaching people right now who don't necessarily follow what we do or anything, which I think is amazing. So how can people donate and help out this great cause?
Yeah, thank you. And that's the goal too, is obviously raise the money, but raise awareness too for what these people do. And so it's very easy. I actually made the donation myself on Tuesday. And I always say that I would never ask my listeners, I would never ask your listeners to do anything I wouldn't do myself. So I made my donation. All I did was text CHOP, CHOP, to 4. So again, that's CHOP to 34984, or you could just go to big981.com and make your donation, which is tax deductible, by the way.
I'm doing it right now. So what is it?
34984.
34984.
And you have to put CHOP in the body of the text, correct?
That's it. You'll get a text phone, so it'll autofill all your info, take your credit card, and you're done.
Yep, I just got it. Thanks for following Coop's Miles for Miracles, benefiting Children's Hospital Philadelphia. Click here to give. I am going to give right now. That's awesome.
Awesome work,
Coop. I really appreciate that.
Great job, buddy. Keep up the good work. Be safe. Get there alive and use some SPF 50.
I've got SPF. I hope there will be a cold beer and a swimming pool ready for me.
Amen to that. You've earned that, brother.
Love you, brother. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Love you too. Appreciate it.
Thanks, man. See ya.
Coop from 98.1 WOGL. Coop's Miles for Miracles.
Yeah, I am.
And by the way, shout out to the New Jersey police that are providing a support vehicle, and basically carving out the whole path for him.
By the way, if you're driving, like Dr. Phil McGroin just said that he just got off the White Horse Pike. If you're driving around that area and you see Coop walking, you give him a honk. Give him a little shout out because he's doing good things, and he's doing good things because I would never have a competing radio station on this radio station.
Right. Most days, Greg's out for blood against Coop.
That's true. That's not true. It's a little true. It's a little.
You're trying to beat everybody, even in the building. All right, we'll get to the music in a moment, but first, let's get to Jimmy Kelly's Morning Mystery Movie Clip.
And now, the Morning Mystery Movie Clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
My name is Jacob Stein, the American Federation of Musicians Union, Local 200. I've been sent here to see if you gentlemen are carrying your permits.
Of what?
Your union cards. May I see your cards, please?
Suppose we ain't got no union cards and we go in there and start playing anyway. Now, what you gonna do about that? You gonna stop us? Stein? You're gonna look pretty funny trying to eat corn on a cob with no teeth.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210 and you could win this great prize.
Once again today, a $50 gift card to Gallows Seafood and Harv's Burger Bar in Northeast Philadelphia. Call Gallows and take Dad out for Father's Day this Sunday. Gallows is the perfect spot for Dad and the grad in the family. Delectable seafood and more. Made to order from Gallows Scratch Kitchen and Harv's Burger Bar. Call 215-333-0484 or visit them online at gallowsandburgerbar.com. Caller 12-855-839-1210. From the movies to the music, it's now time for Phil Almquist. Yeah, whoever that was. Was that Jimmy Kelly?
I don't know. A mystery voice.
It was a random dude.
That was random.
Who was that?
I don't know.
It's weird.
Sorry about that.
What occurred today in music history?
There we go.
And whoever that guy is, be quiet.
Today, June 12th, we celebrate the birthday of Kenny Wayne Shepherd, who's 48. Heavenly birthday shouts to Pete Barden from The Pretenders, Brad Delp from Boston, and John Wetton. We also lost, as noted before, Brian Wilson for the Beach Boys yesterday. Signacude Wild Horses by the Stones in 71. Woo-hoo! No More Tears by Ozzy in 91.
Yeah.
Let's Go by the Cards in 79. And You Don't Mess Around with Jim by Jim Croce in 72. Album to Coot, Clockwork Angels by Rush in 2012. Humans Live by Howard Jones in 84. Gasoline Alley by Rod Stewart in 70. And Killing Is My Business and Business Is Good by Megadeth in 1985. I love that album. Also in 63, the Beach Boys recorded Little Deuce Coupe and Surfer Girl. In 2015, Dave Grohl fell off a stage and broke his leg during a Foo show in Sweden. He had a custom-built guitar thrown for the rest of the tour, including the show here in Camden that I was at. In 65, the Supremes were atop the singles chart. And in 66, the Dave Clark 5 became the first rock band to make 12 appearances on The Ed Sullivan Show. But lastly, on this day in 2003, Little Richard, Van Morrison, Queen, and Phil Collins were inducted into the Songwriters Hall of Fame. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Almquist.
Yeah.
Let's keep the music going.
Brian Wilson definitely in the Songwriters Mount Rushmore, but Beach Boys not on the overall rock Mount Rushmore.
Wait, Pet Sounds the greatest album of all time?
No.
Oh, stop.
No.
But you and Stensland.
No, it's not.
By the way, I had a tweet earlier that said Stalker was incorrect on the album. Where is this one?
Oh, yeah, Good Vibrations.
Getting something
Yeah,
wrong?
Good Vibrations.
Good Vibrations was not on Pet Sounds.
Oh,
see?
It was a single release right before, though, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. It was the same year. It was 66.
Basically, yes.
All
But
right. Well, Barb in Turnersville has identified our movie clip. She's on her way to Gallows. Barb, what movie did we just play for you?
Barb.
The Blues Brothers.
Yeah, Barb.
There you go, Barb. Congratulations. $50 gift card to Gallows and Harv's Burger Bar. Congratulations. Enjoy your Father's Day weekend. Thank you so much. All right, Dawn is up in 6 minutes.
Our surfer girl.
Our surfer girl.
Yeah,
and we
I'm
find out what
surfing.
she has lined up.
So we have a treat for you. So first of all, since it's coming up on Father's Day and a big weekend down the Jersey Shore, all those updates, how to cook the perfect steak, the science of the perfect steak. I love this story.
What time is that? Because I need to tune in for that.
So we'll talk about all of that probably 10:30.
Okay, good.
And we will have in the 11 o'clock hour our treasurer here in Pennsylvania, the great Stacey Garrity. She is also a military veteran, so we'll talk about the big, beautiful parade planned for this Saturday and her tribute to the U.S. Army. But coming up at 10, we're going to take you beyond the headlines and beyond the curtain. So we are going to have some fun. The three of us, right?
Oh, no. The
And
three of us.
The three of us.
Didn't we do enough to get soccer fired already?
Greg, so I don't know. Greg, Nick, and I, we're going to be shooting a special promo, but it's all for a great cause.
Yep.
We want you to join us at 10. This is something we've never done before.
Never.
I will say never in the history of this great broadcast entity have we done something like this.
Who signed off on this?
You can witness it. You can hear it. You can see it on YouTube.
5 minutes.
Stay tuned. We are TikTok, 5 minutes and counting away. You got to watch.
Yeah, grab a quick
Or
nap
listen.
and we'll be back in 5 minutes, as John Fetterman would say.
Good night, everybody.
For now.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flourtown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flourtown showrooms, or visit DKappliances.com.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Just wanted to touch base again. Mary with Wayne Realty Corp here. I'm so happy some of you took me up on my offer to visit. We love talking real estate and have the expertise, knowledge, and experience to help everyone. We are your realtors for life. Take a moment to visit us at WayneRealtyPA.com. Call 610-687-5280 or feel free to pop in and have a cup of coffee.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Get Dad the gift of laughter this Father's Day with tickets to see Joe Conklin in Wildwood July 11th and in Ocean City on July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Lexus of Cherry Hill, an elite of Lexus dealer and a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. Why would you buy your Lexus from anyone else? The 2025 Lexus models are here and moving fast. Tony and his team at Lexus of Cherry Hill are your source for the Lexus of your dreams. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Face it, you deserve a Lexus, and you deserve award-winning customer service. Start your journey at lexusofcherryhill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Okay, wait. I got to get my lipstick on. Just perfect.
Oh, my God. Is this what the Dawn Stensland Show is? You doing that?
So.
Kisses.
So this has never been done before. So
that is a nice shade, by the way. It's a very nice. No, like, seriously.
Yeah, what is
this
that?
This is MAC.
Is that plum?
It's what color is it? It's MAC Moist.
Oh boy.
Plumsberry.
Mm-hmm.
Sunrise.
Larry's a lucky man.
So this has never been done before. So here's the thing. We thank all of you. It was a week ago tomorrow that we were out for that great event launching the Piazza Pets segment as far as giving forever homes to pets, cats and doggies from across our region. Some of them born into the situation with puppies, right? And so we were supposed to, shoot a promo on camera, audio, the whole thing. So it's impossible for the three of us to ever schedule something.
No. Right.
Right?
Think about that, Dawn. You have a show to do. Greg has to go from being what he is on the air to being a boss.
He's got a meeting and
I have to get home for my nap.
Yeah. Nick is putting his nap off.
And the U.S. Open.
Right?
Yeah, so we talked about this yesterday. I'm like, we need to get this done. Dawn's off tomorrow. Her awesome, amazing son is graduating high school, so she has the day off tomorrow. So we're like, we need to get this done this week. When are we going to do it? Dawn goes, let's just do it on the air.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay.
Sneak peek.
Whatever you want to do.
Behind the scenes, what we would do if we were not on air live, which we are for basically the percentage of our waking hours of our lives.
Especially you.
Yeah.
By the way,
with you.
By the way, Road Warrior in the YouTube chat says your lipstick is a Stern Mommy Red.
Stern Mommy Red.
Is that a MAGA shade?
No,
That's right.
it's not as red as the hat is. The MAGA hat is.
No, it's not. It's not.
It's a nice look, though.
A little more plum.
YouTube.com/1210WPHT to see Dawn's lips.
But you know what the better look is? Actually executing a charitable goal that you set out and fulfilling it. We had 2 puppies.
2 puppies.
Find their forever home.
And if Linda Valdez adopts one of the cats, that's going to be 3. 3 1210 listeners.
How great is this audience?
Yep.
The listeners with Georgie and Rusty.
Woo!
Stalker is off the hook.
No,
No Rusty coming to the Stalker household.
Stalker, when Stalker gets back from his summer hiatus, if that Jack Russell is still there, my wife has said she's ours.
Oh,
really?
Yes, yeah.
Because those are the little puppies.
I know. So
they were so sweet.
Mm-hmm.
So we do thank you to all of you who came out to our Piazza Pet of the Month live event. And we're going to be doing this once a month. But it was the big broadcast to launch it all at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, part of the Piazza Auto Group in partnership with the Brandywine Valley SPCA. It was an awesome event, was it not?
It was. And each month we're going to be featuring pets who need a home. So if you're not in the market for a pet, you can donate. You can help our friends at the Brandywine Valley SPCA continuing to do their great work.
That's super important too to remember is that like if you can't adopt a dog like or a cat, we understand, but like the donations help them so much. So make sure you're donating to the Brandywine Valley SPCA if you cannot adopt, make sure 5, 10, 15, all of it helps. Whatever the amount is not small.
That's right. And
So
you
we
can
are-
also check out the socials, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, follow us on social media with this, but excited to launch our monthly 1210 WPHT Piazza Pet of the Month every first Friday featuring adoptable pets from Brandywine Valley SPCA, all made possible by our presenting sponsor, Piazza Auto Group. You are the wind beneath our wings. So every month we're going to feature pets who need a home or a foster home, by the way.
Yes. Fostering is very, yes, you can also do that. You can foster, which means, you take dogs for a little while and maybe, you get them acclimated to, having their forever homes and stuff, and maybe you'll fall in love with them. I don't know. Yeah,
It's like you fell in love with Rusty last Friday.
I did fall in love with
You
Rusty.
showed that dog more affection than you've shown me in 3 years.
Well, that's because I like dogs and I don't like you. So that's But by the way, Dawn will feature a pet of the month, a Piazza pet of the month, every month, 10 a.m. And it'll be the first Friday of every month at 10 a.m. Dawn Stenson will feature the pet of the month. She'll put it out on all her socials, and we're going to try and get in partnership with the Piazza Auto Group and the Brandywine Valley SPCA, we're going to get these pets adopted.
Yes.
Great work, Piazza. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
And who doesn't love puppies?
Woo!
Who doesn't
Puppies.
love puppies and kitty cats, pussy cats, puppies. Yep. Pet of the month.
Puppies. Love puppies.
Foster parenting, forever homes, or donate.
There you go.
Thank you. Wow,
Thank
that was
you.
easy. Woo!
Is that it for the promo?
Is that it? Are we
That's it.
done yet?
I think we're done.
Do we stop recording? Send it to
think we're
Frank now?
Jimmy Kelly, cut this up and send it over to
Yeah.
the
Did
good people.
did we say all the talking points?
I think
that we
so.
were supposed to
Yeah,
make?
I think so. Thank you to our listeners for coming out. Yes, yes.
Yeah, we nailed it on the first take.
Mercedes-Benz of Westchester. Did we say that? Mercedes-Benz of Westchester.
We did.
Part of the Piazza Auto Group.
We were there.
You can lease. Kayal, did you lease a Mercedes-Benz?
I'll tell you what,
get-
as soon as my truck lease is up, I'm going to save some money and get a Benz, apparently.
I know they were beautiful things.
So this is how we have to do it for the listeners because we don't really talk outside of the show.
Right.
We don't
Because
really.
we're on the air so much.
I know.
Am I free to
Well,
go home and
doing
take a nap
show
yet?
prep.
That and we don't really like each other.
Right.
So.
We do.
See what the
We
power
love each
of
other.
can do.
Even though we fight, we argue. Are we done?
I think we're done.
By the way.
Smoke a cigarette?
By the way.
What? Let me finish, would you?
That conversation we had about that teacher is spilling over into my texts and
Oh, boy.
socials, and I have to go deal with this now.
Yeah,
Are
I've
they
got to
ripping
separate
into you?
myself.
Yeah,
I've got to get away from you guys.
Yeah.
You guys are tainting my brand.
Tainting
With all your bad
brand.
takes.
Yeah,
and-
no, we're
Wow.
we're tainting Don Stenson's brain right now by 10:07 and being on the
10:07.
show. Yeah.
People are like, what happened? Am I late to the party?
I'm going to give it to the best producer we have on this radio station.
Yes.
And that's not even a question. He's way better than I am. Dan Borowski will take over.
And he's taller than you.
He's taller than pretty much everybody, except maybe Barron Trump. All right, thanks, guys. No, if you're thinking, wait a minute, it's still the morning show. What's going on here? That was our special promo, so we took you behind the scenes. And yes, by the way, the first poll, head-to-head poll, this is being touted, but we don't trust polls anymore, between Republican nominee Jack Ciattarelli and Democrat Mikey Sherrill, representative, shows Mikey Sherrill with a big lead in the race to replace Governor Phil Murphy, New Jersey. Now, take everything in consideration, put this in perspective. You know who did the poll? Democrats for Education Reform. They released the poll just so they could say they got the biggest, first poll out, but Democrats for Education. So in there, they show that Mikey Sherrill leads Jack Ciattarelli by 13 points, 51% to 38%. So even though it's by Democrats for Education Reform, I'll just put this out here to you. In New Jersey, if you want change, look at the poll and look at what the media is reporting and, let this light a fire underneath you and get fired up. Okay? New Jersey. That's my little word. We'll take you to the Pennsylvania side. I know.
Sorry, late on the horns there, Dawn.
He's late to the horns.
All right, we don't want the whole thing.
No, we don't want that. No, but it makes me sad whenever we have to retire because, of course, that's a great Zioli bit with the horns.
Such a good bit.
It was so good, and we'll say bye-bye. And so we'll have to have like a funeral or something for the trumpets.
We need a Zioli graveyard just next to the Lester Cuomos of the day and the vampire Nancys as she's grown less relevant. It's some of the great bits of all time from the Zioli show, Dawn.
But then, they sometimes rear their ugly heads again. You know what I mean? It's like a gift when Cuomo comes back or whatever. By the way, speaking of New York, Governor Kathy Hochul is among the sanctuary city govs being called to testify. They set this date today, about a month ago. So these sanctuary city governors answering, they have some splaining to do, and they're being called by the House of Representatives. And then Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro speaking out. And yes, I mean, I think we all know that he's a contender. He could have been a contender. I think he is a contender. I think he would love to run for president moving forward next time. And so yesterday he was speaking out, vowing to protect your rights if you want to protest. And President Donald Trump better not send troops to Philadelphia. So that was the word from PA Gov Josh Shapiro. So we'll talk about him moving forward. I want to begin, as I know we've talked a lot, and I know that President Trump will be speaking, I think, in the next hour, in the 11 o'clock hour, signing some new legislation. And then we have the great Pennsylvania treasurer and military veteran, and that is our own Stacey Garrity. So she'll be along to talk about what's going on this weekend in the U.S. Army turning 250 and celebrating. But Dan, I know that you had grabbed some audio. Greg only played a snippet because they were so busy talking about the pedophile woman in Ohio. We're not going to get back to that. But I wanted to go here with the Kennedy Center because the media is reporting that Trump was booed. Now, some people, I'm glad, some media members were saying it was a mixed reaction, but they were widely reporting Trump was booed. I think there was mixed. There were cheers and then there were boos. This was the Kennedy Center. Melania looking fabulous. Looks like she was wearing Donna Karan and a little asymmetrical kind of gown, all dressed in, he was in a tux. She was in her black gown looking beautiful. But let's listen in as this is the big premiere, Les Mis, the Kennedy Center, amid the boycott of those Les Mis.
Sorry, that was me. That wasn't the clip. I do have the clip ready, though. Sorry about that.
So they're showing a pan of the audience. This is inside the Kennedy Center, and you see Trump, President Trump, First Lady Melania as they stand and were announced. I don't know. Would you report that? If you were a news reporter, you just heard that audio. I'm just asking for a friend. If you were hearing that, would you report boo? That they were... Was that all booing? Is it fair... Now, I do hear some booing, I hear. But I also hear some clap. I hear a lot of clapping. I hear a lot of applause. So I don't think it's fair or balanced to just say, oh, Trump was greeted by booing and jeers. That's fake news. And if you...
Oh, listen to that, dog.
Oh. They didn't report that at all, Dan Borowski.
No, they did not. Nope.
So let's call that fake news, a big F by the media. And just, if you don't believe us, look it up. Just go into your search engine and just search Trump Kennedy Center boo or whatever, and you're going to see that most of your major media, big J journalist publications reported, oh, Trump boycotted by actors. Oh. And big smiles, and he's like, does the little fight. It's just a moment. But this is what I'm talking about. And this is what we talk about all the time with the bias in the media. They want him to be greeted by a booing audience, the jeers, the sneers. That's not what happened. I think overall, if you were going to say, was it even 50-50? No. The crowd took over as far as USA cheering him on and applause. That's what happened.
JD and Trump both commented on those actor protesters, if you want that. JD had a great answer that I think you'd love to hear.
So, sorry, say that again? What is your message to artists who say President Trump staged a hostile takeover of the Kennedy Center and they refuse to perform here now?
Well, look, I don't know which artist said that, but it's not a hostile takeover. He's the President of the United States, and this is the great performing arts center of the nation's capital. It's right for the President to have some role. When I see what Ambassador Brunel and the President have done tonight, raising $10 million, I believe is the final number for what we've been able to bring into this great facility, I think it speaks to the power, actually, of having the President on the side of the Kennedy Center. I think it's going to be a great night and the start to a great season.
Do you believe
And so, also, do you notice that the Vice President, J.D. Vance, his beautiful wife, Usha, right, the second lady, I hate saying second lady because it's a weird title, but they also don't like to show her in particular.
Nope.
Because here's this hillbilly, I'll say in air quotes, hillbilly elegy. That was, his book, obviously, in the movie, which was at the time touted. But, she is somebody who is in the so-called, she's brown, I guess you would say, right, of Indian heritage and so on. And so, wait a minute, that doesn't go along with our white guy narrative.
Nope.
Because those Republicans, they're racist. They would never marry a beautiful woman in the so-called brown community.
Mm-hmm.
And so they don't even like to show their pictures. And of course,
which is so racist.
It is racist.
Racist as
totally
anything.
Racist. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm going to look. USA Today. Here it is. Trump and J.D. Vance booed. I mean, this is leading, all of the, headlines. Booed. And then they don't show the picture. Trump and FLOTUS booed. That's the headline.
Yeah, it really sounds like that, Don.
Does that sound like booing? I'm just asking for a friend.
You want Trump on the protesters, Don?
Sure.
Here he is.
Boycotting tonight.
Who is?
It's been reported that some actors may be boycotting tonight.
I couldn't care less, honestly. All I do is run the country well. The economic numbers, you saw them today, they're setting records. We took $88 billion in tariffs in 2 months, far beyond what anybody expected. There's no inflation. People are happy. People are wealthy. The country is getting back to strength again. That's what I care about. And we're going to have a safe country. We're not going to have what would have happened in Los Angeles. Remember, if I wasn't there, if I didn't act quickly on that, Los Angeles would be burning to the ground right now. Thank you.
And by the way, these doofuses who are, and good, I hope the understudies who did perform, apparently, you had at least 10 of the main actors who did not perform. I hope they get the main gig. Good opportunity for you. I'm sure they were fabulous. But it's not being widely reported. The whole reason for this was that it doubled as a big fundraiser for the Kennedy Center. And so President Trump helping to raise more than $10 million. And donors could pay up to $2 million to attend the opening night, which includes the reception, the premiere seating, a photo with the president. They raised more than $10 million. We'll find out the final dollars for this, but it was a major fundraiser for the Kennedy Center. And who's better at fundraising than President Trump? So, it's just annoying to me. And here, again, the vice president booed, the president booed. You heard it for yourself. They were not, the boos were not overwhelming the cheers and the USA chanting, but also they're really not widely providing the information that this was a huge fundraiser. And now they're saying also the musical Hamilton canceled plans to appear at the Kennedy Center. And so they're saying, this is a big problem because the sales are dropping. Well, guess what? Who cares? Trump just raised 10 million plus in a night. So there. Isn't that a good thing? Isn't it a good thing that the president of the United States is actually trying to raise money and awareness for the arts community, for actors? And by the way, those hardworking actors who often work for tips as, waiters and servers, he wants to make sure that their cash tips are not taxed. Isn't that a benefit for especially the arts community? But they don't report any of that. So, boo to you, boo. You know who gets my biggest boo? The so-called mainstream fake news media. Shame on you. Boom. There's my little take.
Wait.
What?
Oh, I need to do it.
What?
To do it. Oh, no, it's not
Oh,
queued
no.
up. Oh, no. Where is it?
What happened?
Here it is.
Shame.
Yes.
Shame.
Sorry about that.
My shame.
Little panic there.
Shame.
Shame. It's the Game of
Shame.
Thrones. It's my updated
Shame.
Shame. So Philadelphia, shame on you. All right. Your take on this, President Trump, by the way, the White House spokesperson saying President Trump cares deeply about American arts and culture, which is why President Trump is the one revitalizing historic institutions like the Kennedy Center to their former greatness. And so that's the comment, that he believes in the arts and wants to support actors and performers in their true form. And so this was Les Mis, as it is a show about, if you know what Les Mis, if you've been to these performances, maybe you'll now attend one of these. What is Les Mis about? Dan, what's it about?
Revolutionary something?
Citizens rising up. Citizens rising up. That's what it's about. So there. So it was a great, it's a great contrast there.
Yes.
There it is. 855-839-1210. All right. We got a break. Much more ahead. We'll get back to the news headlines of the day, the great steak and the great mistake you're making, especially Father's Day weekend upcoming. We'll talk about that. And remember, 250 years U.S. Army, the big birthday celebration. That is Saturday. We'll talk about all of it, Juneteenth. And yeah, President Trump's birthday too. Happy birthday, Mr. President. Upcoming. Be right back.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody. Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pro